Hey there, night owls. Glad you're here to join me. It's 8:43 p.m. for me right now. Let me know what time it is where you're listening from. Let's see who's the biggest night owl tonight. I've got some chilling stories lined up to keep you company and send shivers down your spine as the night stretches on. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to like and share. Your support means the world. Now, settle in and let the stories begin. I almost did not want to share this because it sounds like something out of a bad horror movie, and honestly, I am still not sure how much I believe it myself. But it has been happening for weeks now, and I feel like I need to write it down, if only to make sense of it all. I live in a small house in Seattle, nothing fancy, but it is my home. It all started with the knocking. Not just any knocking, but 3 slow taps, always at the exact same time, 2:47 in the morning, like clockwork. The first time I heard it, I thought it was just the wind or maybe a branch tapping against the porch. But then it happened again and again. Every night at 2:47, 3 slow knocks on the front door or the porch window. It was strange enough that I started paying attention. I would lie awake in bed, listening, my heart pounding quietly, trying to tell myself it was nothing. But then I saw him. One night, I got out of bed and looked out the window. Standing just beyond the porch light was a tall man, naked, his skin an unnatural gray color, and his eyes too wide and unblinking. He did not move, did not speak. He just stood there, knocking 3 times, then walking away slowly into the darkness. I froze, clutching the window frame, trying to convince myself I was dreaming or hallucinating. Over the next few nights, the pattern continued. The knocking at 2:47, the same slow, deliberate 3 taps, and the man standing just beyond the porch light. I started keeping my curtains closed, but sometimes I could not help but peek. There was something about him that was both terrifying and sad. He never came closer, never tried to enter the house. He was just there, an eerie presence waiting for something I could not understand. I told a neighbor about the knocking, hoping for some explanation. She shrugged it off, saying she had seen the man too, but that he did not come to everyone. He only comes to certain houses, she said casually, as if it was normal. That made it even creepier. Why was he coming to me? What did he want? Sometimes I caught glimpses of him in reflections, mirrors, windows, even the screen of my phone. He would be there, staring back at me, but when I turned around, he was gone. It was like he existed only in reflections, not in the real world. It made me question my own sanity. Was he real or just a trick my mind was playing on me? One night, the knocking started on the windows too, soft taps that grew louder, echoing through the house when I was asleep. I would wake up startled, heart racing, but when I checked, there was no one outside. The window panes were cold and the street was empty. The knocking seemed to be coming from inside the glass, not outside. I started keeping a journal, writing down every night the time and details of the knocking. It was a small way to hold on to reality, to remind myself that this was happening and not just a bad dream. I tried to research the history of the house, wondering if something had happened here before. I found an old newspaper article about a man who was found dead in this very house almost 30 years ago. The article described him as tall and thin, with no clear cause of death. It was the closest thing I could find to explain the strange visitor. The more I learned, the more unsettled I felt. It was like the past was reaching out to me, and I was caught in between. The knocking, the tall gray man, the reflections, they were all connected somehow. I did not know what he wanted or why he was here, but I knew I could not ignore it. Every night at 2:47, I braced myself for the knocks, hoping that one day I might find an answer, or that it might all just stop. But for now, the tall man stands silently on my porch, knocking 3 times and watching. It is hard to explain how much the knocking affected me. It was not just the sound, but the timing of it. Always at 2:47 in the morning, 3 slow taps that seemed to echo through the whole house. At first I thought I could ignore it, or convince myself it was just some weird coincidence. But the longer it went on, the harder it was to pretend everything was normal. I would lie awake in bed, heart racing, waiting for the sound to start. Sometimes it felt like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting with me. The man standing on the porch only made things worse. His presence was so unsettling. He never spoke or moved much except to knock 3 times and then disappear into the night. His skin was an unnatural shade of gray, almost as if he was fading in and out of existence. His eyes were wide open, too wide, and they seemed to pierce right through me. It felt like he knew things about me, things I had never told anyone. I caught myself staring at his reflection in windows and mirrors, feeling like he was always there, watching. I tried talking to my neighbors about him. Most acted like they did not see anything or quickly changed the subject. One woman told me he did not come to everyone, which made it feel even more personal and creepy. Why was I the only one being visited? I started to feel singled out, like I was part of some private nightmare. It was exhausting, and I found myself avoiding the porch and even the front windows. The knocking started to change. It was no longer just on the porch door. Sometimes I would wake up to taps on the windows, soft and deliberate, as if someone was trying to get my attention without scaring me awake. I remember one night I sat up and watched as the knocks moved from one window to another, circling the house. I did not want to move or make a sound. The silence between the knocks was thick, like the air itself was waiting. I became obsessed with tracking the knocking. I kept a notebook by my bed and wrote down the times and details every night. It was a small way to hold on to something solid in the chaos. Writing made me feel less alone, even though the pages filled with descriptions of the same slow 3 taps every night. I began to notice patterns in the sound, small differences in the way the knocks echoed depending on which window they came from. It was like a language I could almost understand, but never quite. The reflections haunted me. I caught the tall man in mirrors in the hallway, in the glass of my kitchen cabinets, even in my phone screen when I was scrolling through photos. Every time I turned around quickly, there was nothing there. It was like he only existed in the spaces between realities, always present, but never fully here. It made me question my own mind and whether I was losing touch with reality. The house itself seemed to change. Rooms felt colder when he was around, shadows deepened in corners, and the light from lamps flickered unexpectedly. Sometimes I thought I heard whispering, soft and unintelligible, just beyond the edge of hearing. I told myself it was stress or lack of sleep, but it felt too real to be dismissed. I became wary of the night, unsure if I would be able to sleep or if the knocking would pull me into a darker place. I researched the history of my home obsessively. The discovery of the old news article about the man who died here nearly 30 years ago was chilling. The article described him as tall and thin, just like the man on my porch. No cause of death was ever found, and the case remained a mystery. I could not stop thinking about it. Was the man I saw the restless spirit of the one who died? Was he trying to tell me something? Was he trapped here, doomed to knock every night? I felt like I was living in a horror story. I started to notice that the knocking was not just a sound, but a message. Sometimes the pauses between the knocks changed, or the rhythm shifted slightly. I tried to record it on my phone, but the recordings always came out fuzzy or with strange static. It was like the knocking was meant to be heard only by me in that exact moment. Despite the fear, I was curious. I wanted to understand who this man was and what he wanted. I started leaving notes on the porch, hoping to communicate. The notes were simple, asking why he knocked and if he needed help. I never got a reply, but sometimes the notes were moved or torn. It was the only interaction I had with him, and it was both comforting and terrifying. One night, I woke to the sound of knocking, louder than ever, but this time it was not on the porch or windows. It was coming from inside the house, from the bedroom window. I sat up slowly and looked toward the glass. There he was, the tall man, reflected in the window but not outside. His eyes were wide and unblinking, and for a moment I thought he was trying to reach through the glass. I blinked, and he was gone. After that night, I installed extra locks and curtains on the windows. I kept my phone close and talked to friends more, trying to stay grounded. But the knocking continued, and so did the appearances and reflections. It became a nightly ritual, one I dreaded but could not escape. The tall man who knocks 3 times feels like a part of the house now, an unseen tenant who never leaves. I do not know why he is here or what he wants, but I am beginning to think that maybe some mysteries are not meant to be solved. All I can do is wait each night at 2:47, listen for those 3 slow taps, and hope that one day the knocking will stop. It was getting harder and harder to pretend that I was not losing my mind. The knocking kept coming every night at 2:47, the same 3 slow taps that echoed in my ears long after the sound stopped. I stopped sleeping properly, and my days blurred together in a fog of exhaustion and fear. The tall man on my porch became a fixture of my nights, an eerie and silent visitor who seemed to exist in some strange space between reality and nightmare. I kept hoping that maybe, just maybe, one night the knocking would not come, but it always did. I started to notice other strange things around the house that I had never paid much attention to before. Sometimes the lights would flicker, dimming and brightening as if someone was moving through the rooms. The air would feel colder, especially near the windows and the front door. I would catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye shadows shifting, or a figure standing just beyond the edge of my vision. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. The reflections became more frequent and unsettling. I would see the tall man not just in the hallway mirror or the front window, but also in my phone screen or the glass on the picture frames around the house. Each time his eyes were wide and unblinking, watching me with a sadness or hunger that I could not understand. Sometimes I would stare back for too long, feeling like I was staring into the void. I was not sure if he was real or just a figment of my tired mind. My neighbors continued to act like the man did not exist. I asked a few more people if they had seen him, and most shrugged or said they preferred not to talk about it. One older woman told me quietly that he only came to certain houses and that I should be careful. That made me feel more alone than ever, like I was being singled out for something I could not control. I kept wondering why he chose my home, why he knocked every single night, and what he wanted from me. The knocking itself started to change. Sometimes it would move from the front door to the windows, tapping softly on the glass when I was trying to sleep. I would wake with my heart racing, listening to the rhythm of the knocks as they moved from window to window, like a slow and eerie dance. I became afraid to close my eyes, afraid that if I did, I might never open them again, but I also felt trapped, like I had no choice but to endure this nightly ritual. In an attempt to make sense of everything, I spent hours researching the history of the house. The old newspaper article I found haunted me. A man, tall and thin, was found dead in the house almost 30 years ago. The cause of death was never determined. The mystery surrounding his death felt like a shadow hanging over my home. I started to believe that the tall man knocking at my door was connected to this tragedy somehow, like a restless spirit trapped between worlds. I tried to reach out to him, leaving notes taped to the door and windows. The notes were simple, asking who he was and why he was here. I never received a response, but sometimes I found the notes moved or torn. It was the only form of communication I had, and it was both terrifying and oddly comforting to know that he noticed me. One night, I decided to confront the knocking head-on. I waited until 2:47, my heart pounding so loud I thought it would burst. The knock started, slow and deliberate. I opened the door just a crack and looked out, but there was nothing there. The porch was empty, the night silent except for the faint sound of my own breathing. It was the first time the man had not been standing there, and the absence felt heavier than his presence ever had. After that night, the knocking stopped for a few days. I felt hopeful that maybe it was over. But then, one evening, I caught a glimpse of the man in the reflection of my bathroom mirror. His eyes were wide and sad, and for a moment, it felt like he was trying to say goodbye. I blinked, and he was gone. The knocking resumed that night, but now it felt different, like a farewell rather than a demand. I began to realize that the tall man was not trying to harm me. He was trapped, stuck in a place he could not leave. The knocking was his way of reaching out, a way to remind the living that he existed. It was a haunting and lonely message, and I started to feel a strange compassion for him. The nights became less terrifying after that. I still heard the knocking and saw the reflections, but the fear was replaced with a quiet sadness. I talked to him silently, hoping he could hear me. I told him he was not alone, and that maybe, one day, he would find peace. I learned to live with the strange presence in my home. The knocking remained a part of my life, a reminder of the past lingering in the shadows, but I was no longer afraid. I had faced the unknown and found a way to coexist with it. Looking back, I realized that some mysteries do not need to be solved to be understood. The tall man who knocks 3 times was a part of my story now, a silent visitor from another time. And though I do not know his full story, I have found a way to live alongside his. It was after that night, the one where I saw him in the mirror one last time, that things began to shift. I cannot say exactly when or how, but the knocking started to change. and with it the feeling in the house. At first, it was subtle, almost imperceptible. Instead of those 3 slow, steady taps at 2:47 every morning, the knocking became less predictable. Sometimes it came a few minutes earlier or later. Sometimes there were only 2 knocks or 4. It was like the rhythm itself was trying to speak, or maybe it was trying to fade away. I found myself listening more carefully, trying to catch patterns, trying to understand. It was like the knocking was a language I had only just begun to learn. The sounds would echo through the house in different ways depending on where I was. Sometimes I would be in the kitchen when the knocks started, and the sound would feel close, sharp, as if someone was standing right outside the window. Other times, I would be in the living room, and the knocking would seem distant, muffled, as if coming from far away. The tall man's reflections became less frequent too. I would catch a glimpse of him in the hallway mirror or the glass of the front door, and then blink, only to find the reflection empty. It was like he was slowly slipping away from this world, fading with the last echoes of his knocking. I started to wonder if he was finally moving on, or if I was just learning to see less. Despite these changes, I felt a growing calm in the house. The shadows seemed less sharp, the cold spots less biting. I still woke at 2:47 some nights, expecting the knocking, but sometimes there was only silence. The house felt quieter, as if it was holding its breath. It was a different kind of quiet, one that did not fill me with dread, but with a strange sense of peace. I began to talk more openly about what was happening with friends and family. At first, I had kept everything to myself, afraid of sounding crazy or being judged. But sharing my story helped me feel less alone. People were surprised and curious, but also understanding. Some shared their own stories of strange experiences, which made me realize that the world is full of things we cannot explain. My neighbors, too, became more open when I asked them again about the man. One elderly woman told me that she remembered the story of the man who died in the house years ago, and that the knocking had been heard by others before me. She said the community had always been respectful, avoiding the house at night and leaving small tokens on the porch as a sign of peace. I started to understand that this was not just my story, but part of a larger history. I decided to research old newspapers and archives at the local library. I found more articles about the man who died in my house. His name was Thomas, and he had been a recluse, living alone and quietly until his sudden death. The circumstances were mysterious, and no one ever found out how he had died. Some speculated about illness, others whispered about darker things, but the truth remained a mystery. I felt connected to Thomas, like his story had reached across time to find me. One afternoon I found a small, weathered stone on the porch that had not been there before. It was smooth and round, almost like a river rock. I did not know who left it or why, but it felt like a gesture of goodwill, a silent message from whoever or whatever had been knocking all those nights. I placed it on the windowsill inside and looked at it often. The house felt lighter with each passing day. I began to decorate again, hanging pictures and lighting candles. The porch light no longer felt eerie but welcoming. Sometimes, when I stepped outside in the early morning, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the yard, watching me with those wide eyes. But when I blinked, the figure was gone. The knocking eventually stopped completely. The last time I heard it, I was awake and listening. The 3 taps came, slow and deliberate, and then silence. It felt like a goodbye, like the man had finally found peace and was letting me know he was leaving. I sat by the window for a long time afterward, feeling a mix of sadness and relief. I do not know if the tall man who knocked 3 times was really Thomas or something else entirely. I do not know if he was a ghost, a memory, or a part of the house itself, but I know that he changed me. He made me more aware of the unseen and the unknown, and he taught me that sometimes silence can be as meaningful as noise. Living in that house has been a journey, a strange and unsettling one, but also one filled with moments of beauty and connection to the past. I have learned to live with the echoes of those knocks and to find peace in the spaces between. The house feels like home again, not just because of the walls and windows, but because I have made peace with its history. Now, when I hear a creak or a whisper of wind, I do not jump in fear. Instead, I listen with curiosity and respect. I remember the tall man with the wide eyes and gray skin, standing silently on my porch, knocking 3 times in the early hours, and I feel grateful that somehow our stories crossed paths. For anyone who has ever felt haunted by something they cannot explain, I want to say this. Sometimes the things that scare us most are also the things that teach us the most about ourselves. And sometimes letting go is the bravest thing we can do. I kept thinking about those last knocks for days afterward. It was strange how a sound that had terrified me for weeks could suddenly feel like a goodbye. The silence that followed was heavy but peaceful in a way I had not expected. I started to feel like the house was healing along with me. I no longer flinched at every creak or shadow. The air seemed lighter, as if the weight of whatever had been lingering had finally lifted. I found myself spending more time on the porch during the evenings, watching the sky change colors and listening to the quiet sounds of the neighborhood settling in for the night. It was a simple thing, but it helped me reconnect with the space that had felt so strange and haunted. Sometimes, just sitting there, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the yard, a flicker of something tall and thin slipping behind the trees. I would hold my breath and blink, only to find the yard empty and still. The reflection of the tall man stopped appearing, and with it went the uneasy feeling that I was being watched constantly. I could look into the mirror or my phone screen without catching a glimpse of those wide, unblinking eyes staring back at me. It was a relief I did not fully understand until it was gone. It was like the veil between this world and something else had lifted, allowing me to see clearly again. One day, I came across an old journal at a local flea market. It was leather-bound and yellowed with age, and inside were the writings of a man named Thomas, who had lived in Seattle decades ago. Reading his words gave me chills. He wrote about feeling isolated and misunderstood, about strange noises and shadows in his home, and about a sense that something was not quite right. His final entry was hauntingly vague, mentioning a sense of peace he hoped to find soon. It was as if Thomas was reaching out from the past to connect with me, to tell his story through time. I took the journal home and kept it on my bedside table, reading a few pages each night. It helped me make sense of the knocking and the man I had seen. Thomas was more than a ghost or a legend. He was a person whose story had become tangled with mine. I also started talking to people more about what had happened. Sharing the experience helped me feel less isolated. Friends and family listened with a mix of disbelief and concern, but their support meant everything. Some told me about their own encounters with the unexplained, reminding me that I was not alone in having strange experiences. The neighbors became friendlier too. I learned more about the history of the street and the community. People spoke of the house with a kind of respectful distance, as if it held secrets they did not want to disturb. I realized that my story was part of a larger tapestry of lives and events that shaped this neighborhood. I began to focus on reclaiming my home fully. I painted walls, planted flowers on the porch, and invited friends over for small gatherings. Each step was a way to fill the space with life and light, pushing back the lingering shadows. The house no longer felt like a place haunted by a past tragedy, but a home where I could live and grow. Despite the progress, I still sometimes felt a pang of sadness for the tall man. I did not know what had kept him tethered to the house for so long, or what finally allowed him to leave. I hoped that wherever he was now, he had found the peace he sought. That thought brought me a quiet comfort. Looking back, I realized that the knocking and the visits from the tall man forced me to confront parts of myself I had ignored. I learned to face fear, uncertainty, and loneliness in ways I never had before. The experience, while terrifying, also gave me strength and insight. I do not know if the man was truly Thomas or something else, but his presence changed my life. It made me more aware of the unseen and the mysteries that surround us. It taught me to listen to sounds, to silences, and to the stories that are told in subtle ways. Now, when I hear a soft tap or a creak in the house, I do not jump in fear. Instead, I pause and listen, appreciating the life and history in the walls around me. I have learned that not all mysteries are meant to be solved, and sometimes the most important thing is to find peace within the unknown. If you have ever felt haunted by something you cannot explain, I want you to know that you are not alone. Fear can be a powerful teacher, and healing is possible, even when the path is unclear. Sometimes, all we need is to open ourselves to the stories around us and find the courage to face them. The last few weeks felt like a slow turning point, like the house and I were finally coming to an uneasy truce. The knocking had stopped entirely, and the tall man no longer appeared in reflections or shadows. The nights were quiet again, the kind of quiet that lets you breathe fully without the tight knot of fear in your chest. I still kept a journal where I wrote down every odd noise or fleeting feeling, but those entries became less frequent, and the fear that had gripped me for so long began to loosen. I spent a lot of time reflecting on everything that had happened. The knocks, the reflections, the sense of being watched had all felt so real and yet so surreal. I realized that the experience had forced me to look inward, to confront not only the unknown in my home, but the fears and loneliness I carried inside myself. In a way, the tall man was a symbol of that struggle, someone trapped, unable to move on, just like I had felt at times. The discovery of Thomas's journal had been a pivotal moment for me. Reading his words and thoughts made me feel connected to something bigger, something beyond the walls of my house. His hopes and fears echoed my own, and through him I found a path to understanding. I often wonder if the knocking was his way of reaching out, asking for acknowledgement and peace. If so, I hope he found it in those final taps and the silence that followed. I invited friends and family over more often, filling the house with laughter, conversation, and warmth. I painted the walls in bright colors and hung new curtains to let in more sunlight. The porch light that once cast eerie shadows now shone softly, welcoming guests instead of mysterious visitors. The small stone left on my windowsill stayed there, a quiet reminder of the unseen and the stories that dwelled just beyond our sight. The neighbors, who had once seemed distant or dismissive, grew friendlier. We shared stories about the neighborhood's past and the old house that stood on this quiet street. Some had heard the knocking long before I did, and others remembered Thomas's story. It was like a community coming together to honor a piece of shared history, no longer afraid to speak of the strange or the unexplained. Through therapy and support, I healed in ways I did not expect. The fear that once controlled my nights no longer held power over me. I learned to trust myself again and to find peace in the everyday sounds of the house, the creaks, the hum of the heater, the whisper of wind outside. Those sounds were no longer threats, but part of the living, breathing space I called home. Sometimes in the quiet moments, I think about the tall man with the gray skin and wide eyes. I do not feel fear anymore, but a profound sadness and compassion. He was a part of this house's story, a reminder that not all stories have clear endings, and that some souls linger longer than we expect. I like to believe that he found peace, that his knocking was a final goodbye, a signal that he was ready to move on. If there is one thing this experience has taught me, it is that fear can teach us about strength, resilience, and the importance of connection. Sometimes the unknown challenges us to grow in ways we never imagined. It reminds us that our homes, our memories, and our histories are intertwined, and that healing often comes from acceptance and understanding. For anyone reading this who feels haunted by something invisible or inexplicable, I want you to know that it is okay to feel afraid and uncertain. It is okay to seek help and to share your story. Sometimes, the act of telling is the first step toward healing, and sometimes, the quiet moments after the knocks have stopped are the most important of all. I still live in that old house in Seattle, and while the knocking is gone, the memories remain. They are a part of me now, woven into the fabric of my life. But more importantly, they remind me that even in the darkest nights, there is a path to peace. And sometimes all it takes is listening to the knocks, waiting for the silence, and finding courage in the waiting. I've been driving for rideshare apps off and on for a couple of years, nights mostly. It fits my schedule, and frankly, people are quieter after midnight. Less small talk, more silence. I liked that. The quiet, the dark, it helped me think. That night started like any other. A few airport runs, some drunk college kids who wanted to stop for fast food, a guy in a suit who didn't say a word but left $100 tip. Routine. I'd just dropped someone off on the edge of the city, near the industrial park, those wide roads that look like they go on forever, half-lit and echoey, even when your engine's idling. I remember thinking it was later than usual, around 2:30 a.m., maybe closer to 3. I pulled over near a small gravel pullout to stretch my legs, check my phone, maybe call it for the night. That's when I got the ping. The screen lit up with a single word, pick up. No name, no photo, no rating, just a location, a nearby side road that led into the hills. Weird, but not impossible. The app glitches sometimes. I figured it was a one-off. Maybe a tourist who couldn't get a signal. Maybe a dead zone threw off the map. But the thing was, it didn't ask me to accept the ride. No green button, no confirmation. It was just there. Already marked in progress. I should have driven off. I should have closed the app and gone home. But something about it held me. That little pin blinking slowly on the map like it was waiting for me. I sat there for a solid minute, staring at the screen. Then, before I really made a conscious choice, I shifted into drive and headed toward it. The pickup point wasn't far, just a quarter-mile down a winding road, no streetlights, trees lining both sides, heavy and still. I turned the music off without really thinking about it. Just wanted to hear the world around me. There was a figure standing at the side of the road when I pulled up. A man, tall, pale, wearing a dark coat that looked too thin for the cold. He didn't have any luggage or a phone out, just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead like he'd been waiting for something more than just a ride. I leaned over and cracked the window. "You, call a ride?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once, slowly, and walked around to the back door, got in without a word. I glanced in the rear view. He buckled his seatbelt carefully, almost mechanically, and stared out the front windshield. Never met my eyes. I cleared my throat. "All right, where to?" "East," he said. His voice was low, even and dry. "Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop." I hesitated. "You got an address?" "Just drive." Now, I've had some weird passengers before. One guy who insisted I take only left turns. A woman who cried silently the entire ride and tipped me in foreign coins. But this guy, there was something different. It wasn't the way he talked or didn't talk. It was the weight of him. Like he pulled the air down around him, like the car had gotten colder when he got in. Still, I pulled away. We drove in silence for a while. 15 minutes. Maybe 20. The city fell behind us. The road narrowed. No signs, no traffic, just 2 yellow lines leading us through the dark. I started to feel wrong. Not scared exactly, just off, like I wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, I tried to break the silence. "So, you visiting from out of town?" "Nothing. Been a quiet night," I said. "You're probably my last ride." He didn't even blink, just kept staring forward, both hands clenched tightly on his seatbelt, white-knuckled, like he was bracing for impact. I glanced at him again through the mirror. "You okay, man?" That's when he spoke, quiet, measured, but firm. "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." The words landed like a weight in my chest. "What does that mean?" "Silence." I gripped the wheel tighter. The road was winding now, climbing steadily uphill. Trees pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights. Just that long stretch of 2-lane blacktop, disappearing into dark woods. I checked my phone. No signal, no map. The app had closed itself out. "All right, look," I said, slowing down a bit. "I need a destination. I can't just keep driving into the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna pull over unless you tell me where we're going." He didn't move, didn't speak, just kept staring straight ahead. That's when I looked in the mirror again. He wasn't breathing. I don't mean he was holding his breath or anything. I mean he wasn't moving at all. No rise and fall in his chest. No shifting in his seat. Just stillness. Dead stillness. "Hey," I said, my voice sharper now. "I'm serious. This isn't funny." Still nothing. I pulled the car over onto the dirt shoulder and threw it in park, turned around fully in my seat. "Listen, man, I don't know what this is." But the back seat was empty. My mouth went dry. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. The seatbelt was still buckled. I threw the door open and stumbled out of the car, my shoes crunching on gravel. I opened the rear door. No one. The seat was warm. And there, on the floor, was a single thing I hadn't noticed before. A small, cracked phone. No case, no lock screen, just a dead screen. I picked it up, hands shaking, pressed the power button. Nothing. I stood there for a long moment, in the cold, under a sky full of stars I hadn't even realized were there. And from somewhere deeper in the woods, I thought I heard footsteps. But they were walking away. Not toward me. I didn't get back in the car right away. I just stood there, holding that old phone, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd just been tired, that the man had gotten out quietly, that I'd imagined his voice, that I'd misunderstood the whole thing. But that wasn't true. Because I remember what he said. Keep going, even if it feels wrong. And I'd never said a word about it. Not until now. I got back in the car after maybe 10 minutes of standing there. Could have been longer. Could have been less. Time had started to feel a little stretchy out there, like the woods had their own clock and I wasn't on it. I was still holding the dead phone in my hand. I didn't know why I'd taken it with me. Maybe because I didn't want to leave it behind. Maybe because part of me thought it would light up and explain everything. It didn't. I started the engine, half expecting it not to turn over. But it purred to life like it always did, normal, familiar. The heater clicked on, blowing stale warm air into my face. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror for a few seconds. My eyes looked strange, hollow. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I took a deep breath and pulled back onto the road, heading toward the city. I didn't look in the back seat. Couldn't. It was like a rule I didn't know I'd agreed to. The drive back was silent, too silent. No bugs, no owls, no trees rustling like they should have been. Even the tires seemed quieter than normal. I kept glancing at the dash clock every few minutes. But it was stuck. Said it was 2:39 a.m. the whole way back. Even though I knew I'd been gone longer than that. Eventually I made it back into cell range, and my phone buzzed violently in my pocket like it had been holding its breath. Notifications poured in texts, app updates, a voicemail from my brother asking if I was still coming over the next day. I opened the rideshare app first. No record of the trip. No fare, no pickup history, no in-progress ride. My last logged trip had been the airport drop-off 2 hours before I'd met him, nothing in between. I sat at a red light near the edge of town, blinking at the screen. I hadn't imagined it. The warmth of the back seat, the words he spoke, the sound of his voice, they were all still with me, heavy and clear. I tried the GPS history. Nothing. No route saved, just the line from my last legitimate fare. No winding road, no pin. I turned the cracked phone over in my hand again. It had no branding, no SIM card slot, just a faint indentation on the back like it had been jammed into something hard. I tried pressing the power button again. Still nothing. I opened the glove box and tossed it in, slammed it shut harder than I meant to. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, not right away. What would I even say? That I'd picked up a passenger who vanished in thin air. That I'd followed a ghost into the woods because my app glitched. That his last words made my chest feel like it was being crushed. I drove home and sat in the driveway until the sun came up. Then I went inside and showered with the door open. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The next day, I found muddy footprints on my welcome mat, not mine, too small, too narrow. I'd cleaned the place the day before. They hadn't been there then. They led right up to the door and stopped. No matching prints leading away, just a single trail in and nothing else. That night, my hallway light turned on by itself around 2 a.m. I heard the click from my bedroom. I live alone. I keep the hallway switch taped because it used to flicker and drive me nuts. It didn't flicker this time. Just glowed solid. A few nights later, I was driving again. I'd taken a break from rideshare, but figured I needed to push past it, get back to normal. It was late, and I was doing a loop around the city when I got a ping. This time it came through the right way: name, pickup location, destination. I checked the name. Noah. The same name from the cracked phone's lock screen. I hadn't told anyone about it. I hadn't even opened the glove box since. I let the request expire without accepting. My heart was racing. It was probably coincidence. There are thousands of Noahs, but I couldn't bring myself to take the risk. The next day, I opened the glove box and pulled out the phone again. Still dead, still cracked. But this time, when I tilted it toward the light, I saw something I hadn't before. Faint. Like it had been written in dust or grease on the screen's edge. Finish the job. I dropped it like it burned. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. My apartment was quiet, but too quiet. Like everything was waiting. At exactly 2:39 a.m., my bedroom light turned on. Not flickered. Turned on. There was no click, no sound, just light. I sat up slowly, chest pounding. The hallway was dark, the door was open. I hadn't left it open. And for a second, just a second, I swear I saw someone standing at the end of the hall. Tall, still, watching. Then the light went off. I didn't get out of bed. The next morning I opened my rideshare app and deleted it. But it reinstalled itself that night. I don't know how. I didn't touch it. It came back with a single notification. You still have one ride left. I haven't driven since. But I keep seeing him. Not just at night, during the day too. Reflected in windows, in the shadows behind parked cars, standing at bus stops, looking the wrong direction, not moving, just waiting. I tried talking to a friend about it, told him about the strange ride, left out the supernatural parts. He laughed it off, said I needed sleep. That night, he called me. Said he'd gotten a ride request. No name, no destination. Just a pickup point in the woods outside the city. He didn't take it. But when he got home, there was a single word written in dust on his windshield. Go. It's spreading, and I think I know why. That man Noah, whatever he wasn't just a passenger. He was something else. And now he's looking for someone new. I've always thought I was a pretty logical person, like not the type to fall into ghost stories or superstition. I'm the kind of guy who triple checks facts before believing anything, especially the weird stuff. So trust me when I say if I could write this off as a dream, or stress, or sleep deprivation, I would. I've tried, believe me. But every time I start to convince myself I imagined it, something else happens. Something small, something subtle, but just real enough to snap me back into it. I didn't even tell my friend Jason the full story at first. I just said I'd had a weird ride one night, and the guy creeped me out. Told him the guy had no destination and said something unsettling. Jason just laughed it off, like I expected. Said maybe the dude was on something. And yeah, to be fair, I've had people get in my car higher than a kite before. Happens. But this wasn't that. I thought about telling him more. About the app glitch, the man disappearing, the cracked phone. But the minute I imagined the words coming out of my mouth, I could already hear the reply, "Dude, you need to sleep." And maybe I did, still do. But then Jason called me. That was 3 nights ago. His voice was different on the phone, quieter. He didn't make a joke, which for him is like a cat not hissing. Something had to be seriously off. He told me he got a ride request late at night, just like I had. No name, no destination, just a blinking pickup pin. And it wasn't even on the map, it was in that weird gray no man's land, where the roads kind of blur and the app stutters. He didn't take it. He said the second he saw it, his stomach dropped. Felt like the air got thicker, he said, like something was watching through the screen. And that would have been bad enough. But then he got home and found one word scrawled into the grime on his windshield. Go. Not something you can laugh off. He was freaked. I could hear it in his voice. I asked if he still had the message, and he said no. He wiped it off right away. I get that. I would have too. That's when I told him everything. Not just the creepy ride, but the missing record, the empty back seat, the cold silence, the same line the guy whispered, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." I told him about the cracked phone I still had stashed in my glove box, and how it never turned on, but had that faint scrawl on the glass. Finish the job. And Jason went dead silent for like 30 seconds. Then he just said, "Man, I think you passed it on." I didn't have a response for that. I spent the next day doing what I always do. When something doesn't make sense, I Googled it. I started looking into similar stories. I dug through forums, Reddit threads, even creepypasta sites I normally roll my eyes at. I didn't care. I just wanted to find someone who'd experienced something even remotely like what I did. And I found a few. Scattered comments, buried deep under unrelated posts. People talking about ghost fares, passengers vanishing mid-trip, GPS routes leading nowhere, clocks freezing at weird times. One post stuck out. A guy from New Mexico, username long deleted, wrote that he'd been driving late one night when he got a ride request that came through, already marked in progress. He picked up a man who said, "It's not about the destination, just keep going." The man never made eye contact, never spoke again. That driver said he made it 30 miles outside the city before realizing he wasn't following any road he recognized. Then his app crashed. And when he looked in the back seat, the man was gone. Just like me. He ended the post with, "Now it's my turn to find someone else. Because that's how it works. I didn't finish the job, so it's not over." And yeah, I know how it sounds. Like a chain letter or some urban legend. A dumb story meant to get a rise out of people, but it didn't feel like that. The way it was written, the tone, the pacing, it didn't read like fiction. It felt like someone unraveling, someone real. Someone like me. I couldn't stop thinking about the phrase, "finish the job." What does that even mean? Is it literal, metaphorical? Am I supposed to do something or not do something? The not knowing is the worst part. That night, I went out to my car again, just to sit, just to, I don't know, feel connected to what happened, I guess. I didn't turn on the engine. Just sat in the driver's seat, staring at the dashboard, like it might blink to life and explain things. I was there for maybe 10 minutes when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, not at first, just a faint scent in the air, like dirt, wet, earthy dirt, the kind that smells like it was just turned, like something had been buried and recently dug back up. It wasn't there before. I checked under the seats, floor mats, glove box, nothing. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing in the seat. But it looked off. The seat belt. It was buckled again. I know I unbuckled it. I remember it being loose. But now it was perfectly fastened. I got out of the car so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I didn't even lock the doors behind me, just went back inside and slammed the front door like it could stop whatever was happening. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that back seat, the way he sat there, so still, like he was waiting. For what? I have no clue. But it's like the moment you notice something is wrong and can't unsee it, that gut-level panic that makes your spine feel hollow. The next morning, my phone had a new notification. The rideshare app had reinstalled itself, again. Same message. One ride left. And this time, the pickup pin? It was right outside my apartment, like 20 feet from my front door. I watched it blink on the screen for over an hour. I never opened the door, never checked outside. I was scared, not just scared, but that weird kind of fear where it feels like you're on the edge of something. Like if you look, you'll see, and once you see, you'll never unsee it again. That's where I'm at now, writing this. I haven't left my place in 2 days. I turned off my phone, threw the cracked one in the trash behind a grocery store 2 towns over. I've locked the doors, closed the curtains. I haven't dared peek outside after sunset. But I still feel him. I don't know if he's waiting for me to drive again, or if he's already inside. Maybe that's what they mean by finish the job. You drive long enough, and eventually he stops being the passenger and becomes the one behind the wheel. I don't really know what normal looks like anymore. Before all this, I used to have routines. Morning started with a strong cup of gas station coffee, followed by a scroll through my messages, checking rideshare bonuses or promotional boosts for the day. Then I'd head out, drive around the city, maybe pick up 5 or 6 passengers before lunch. Take a break, back at it until midnight if the tips were decent. That was my life. Simple, repetitive, predictable. Now I wake up and the first thing I do is check the locks. Not my phone, not my email, just the locks. Then I go to the window and stare at the street like it's going to move, like it might change. I know that sounds weird, but after everything I've told you, you can probably understand why. 2 nights ago, I found my car unlocked. That might not sound like a big deal, but I always lock it, always. It's automatic at this point. It's like muscle memory. I press the fob before I even get out sometimes. But that night, I looked out my window and saw the driver's side door was cracked open just an inch. Just enough to be obvious, enough to make a statement. I didn't go down to check right away. I stood behind the curtain, staring at it like it might close by itself if I waited long enough. I didn't move for a solid 15 minutes. My hands were shaking the whole time. Eventually, I forced myself to go down. I brought my phone in one hand and a hammer in the other, which is dumb because I've never hit anyone in my life and probably wouldn't know how. But I needed something, something to make me feel like I had control. The car was empty. Clean even, like too clean. The passenger seat looked freshly wiped. The back seat was pristine. No wrappers, no receipts, no trace of life, except for one thing. A single ride receipt had been printed and placed on the dashboard, like old school cab receipts, except I didn't have a printer in the car. I don't even own a printer. It had no date, no location, just a name, Noah, and under it, one line, trip incomplete. That was when I realized I wasn't just being haunted, I was being tracked, monitored maybe, or chosen. And here's the thing, I never picked a guy named Noah up, not officially, not on any log, not on any record, but I remember him, the way he looked straight ahead, never blinking. The way his hands gripped the seatbelt like he was holding on for more than just the ride. I tried looking him up. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I could find something in obituary, a missing persons report, it would make this feel less insane. Like there was a reason, something I could hold on to. I didn't find anything useful, but I did find something. A post on an old paranormal forum, dated 5 years ago. Title was simple, "Rideshare Glitch Anyone Else?" I clicked it. Most of the replies were jokes or people sharing creepy stories that were clearly fake. But the original post, it was different. The guy described a night almost identical to mine. Passenger shows up without a request. Long silent ride, gives no destination, repeats the line, keep going, even if it feels wrong. Ends the post by saying he saw the man again a few days later, standing outside his apartment. The post ends with, "I think I picked up something I wasn't meant to. It's not a person, it's a job that passes on. I didn't finish it, so now it's following me." That part hit hard. Because yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Like I got handed a task I never signed up for. And every time I ignore it, every time I pretend I'm not part of it, something else goes wrong. Jason hasn't answered my texts in 2 days. Last I heard from him, he said the rideshare app reinstalled itself on his phone again, just like mine. He didn't even open it. Just powered the phone off and tossed it in a drawer. I called him yesterday, straight to voicemail. His social media is still up, but no new posts. I even DM'd his girlfriend, asking if he was all right. She replied with just one sentence. He said he was going for a drive. That was 2 nights ago. That same night, my doorbell rang at exactly 3:14 a.m. I didn't get up to answer it, just lay there under the covers, holding my breath. It rang once, then silence. I waited until the sun came up before checking the front step. Nothing was there, except for tire tracks in the street, right in front of my driveway. Not mine. I've thought a lot about what the rules are, if there are any. Like, what happens if I do pick someone up again? What if I go back to that place where I first found him and wait? Would that end it? Or would it make it worse? The note said, finish the job. But what job? Give someone a ride. Deliver him somewhere. What if I already did and failed? Here's the part that's really messing with my head. I think this thing wants to be noticed, that it needs a driver. It doesn't just show up randomly. It waits for someone with enough curiosity, someone willing to push a little too far, ignore a few too many red flags. And then it climbs in. And you don't even realize you've agreed to something until it's too late. I keep replaying that moment in the car when he said, "You picked me up because they told you to." I brushed it off as weird rambling, but now I think he meant it literally. Like the app or whatever's behind it chose me, like I was being tested. Maybe I failed. Or maybe I passed. I don't know which would be worse. Last night, I slept in my car. I didn't mean to. I was sitting there, engine off, just thinking, and I guess I dozed off. At 3:14 a.m., I woke up. The car was ice cold. My rearview mirror had been tilted slightly, just enough that I could see my own eyes, but they didn't look like mine. I reached for the door handle and paused when I saw the cracked phone. It was back in the glove box. I hadn't touched it since throwing it away 2 towns over. And on the screen, one new message. Ready when you are. I shut the glove box and started the car. And now I'm writing this from the parking lot of an old gas station outside city limits. I don't know why I came here. It just felt right or expected. I've got half a tank of gas. My phone's at 80%. And there's a man standing under the streetlight across the road. He hasn't moved in 10 minutes. I think he's waiting for me to unlock the doors. I didn't unlock the doors. I sat there, both hands on the steering wheel, my foot hovering over the brake, heart thudding like a drumbeat in my throat. The guy under the streetlight just stood there, staring. Or maybe not staring, I couldn't see his eyes from this distance, but I could feel it. That heavy pressure, like I was under a spotlight and he was waiting for a cue. I kept telling myself to start the car, just leave, floor it, don't look back, but I didn't move. It was like my limbs forgot how to respond to me, like I wasn't completely in control anymore. It was the cold, maybe. The air had this wet bite to it, like it had rained hours ago and everything still clung to that damp weight. The windows fogged slightly from my breath, and I wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. He was still there, still unmoving. That made two of us. And then he did move. One step forward. That's all. But it felt like a decision had been made. I finally broke out of it, turned the key, threw the car into reverse, and backed out of the lot faster than I should have. Tires skidded a little, and for a second I thought I'd clipped something, but when I checked the rear view, it was just shadows. Or maybe not. I didn't wait to find out. I drove for almost an hour, no destination, just moving. I turned off the GPS, turned off the music, drove until I didn't recognize any of the signs, took random exits, followed roads just to lose myself. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every now and then I'd glance at the rear view, half expecting to see someone in the back seat again. Sometimes I thought I caught a glimpse of something, just a shift of shadow, the suggestion of movement. But every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I finally pulled off at a rest stop, one of those older ones with vending machines from a different decade and bathrooms that make you consider holding it in. I sat on a bench outside and stared up at the sky. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking, really. Everything was tangled, a million half thoughts and questions. Why me? Why now? Was there a pattern? Was I supposed to do something? Or was this punishment for something I didn't even remember doing? Then my phone buzzed. No notification this time, just a buzzing like a text that didn't show up. I checked it anyway, mostly out of habit. There was a new message. You're going the wrong way. That's it. No name, no number. And that's when I noticed something else. My rideshare app was open again. I swear on everything, I didn't open it. I deleted it. Twice. But there it was. And it had a route already set. Starting point, me. Destination, unlisted. And underneath the route line was a little blinking icon, a passenger. No name, no details, just the word. Noah. Again. I stared at it for a long time. I don't even know why. It was like watching something slowly catch fire and not doing anything about it. You can't look away, even when you should. Eventually I got back in the car. I didn't start it right away, just sat there, hand on the keys, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself I wasn't going to follow the route. But I did. I don't know if I chose to or if something chose for me. It's a blurry line now. The road it took me down wasn't on any map I'd seen before. Long stretches of cracked pavement, the kind with grass pushing through. No signs, no lights, just tree after tree, pressing in closer with each mile. I was maybe 15 minutes into the drive when I realized the GPS arrow was gone. Just the line now, a road to nowhere. And that's when I started hearing it again. Breathing. Not loud, just faint, like someone was sitting behind me trying not to be heard. But it was there. I turned the music up, hoping I could drown it out, but that only made it worse somehow. Like the sound had learned to hide underneath the noise. I pulled over. I needed out of the car, out of this story, out of whatever this was. I flung open the door and stepped into the dark. No lights anywhere, not even stars, just pitch-black trees and the hum of the engine behind me. And silence. I turned to look at the car and the passenger door was open. Not wide, just slightly, enough to see that it had been closed before. I didn't hear it open, didn't hear anything, but now it was ajar, and that was enough to spike the adrenaline in my throat. I walked around to check. Nothing. Back seat was empty. But the seatbelt buckled again. That was it. That was the moment I broke. I slammed the door, got back in the driver's seat, and screamed into the steering wheel. Not even words, just noise. A raw, panicked attempt to push the fear out of my body. When I looked up, the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Every damn time. Something shifted then. I don't know how to explain it. The air inside the car thickened. The windows fogged instantly, like I was in a freezer. And in the rearview mirror, I saw movement. I didn't want to look, but I did. There was no one in the seat. But there was a shape in the mirror. Not solid, not clear, just wrong. Like the air had folded. And then I heard it. That same voice, dry and low, whispering from the back. You're almost there. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The car was suddenly freezing, and all I could see was that mirror, that shape, that thing that had once been a man. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe seconds, maybe longer. But then it stopped. No voice, no fog, just silence, and the sound of a new notification. My phone screen lit up. Trip complete. Underneath a single message. Thank you for driving, Noah. And then everything closed. The app, the route, the GPS. It was like nothing had ever been there. I sat in that car until daylight, shaking, staring at the empty seat beside me, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. I think I finished the job. I don't know what that means. Not really. But for the first time in weeks, I felt like I wasn't being watched. At least not by him. Still, I haven't opened the glove box. Not since that night. I'm afraid there might be a new name inside. I didn't open the glove box for 3 weeks. Not once. Not even when I needed my registration after getting pulled over for a busted taillight. I gave the cop my license, smiled, apologized for not being able to find the paperwork, and drove away with a warning. The whole time, my hand hovered near the latch, but I couldn't do it. I was terrified that I'd see another phone, or a name written on old paper. Maybe something worse, something that didn't belong to me at all. After what happened that night after Noah, I needed to believe it was over. I needed to believe I'd closed whatever door I'd somehow opened. And for a while, it felt like I had. The app never came back, not even once. No more strange messages, no 3:14 a.m. wake-ups, no more open doors or whispered words or footsteps outside my apartment. Nothing. It was quiet. Not the eerie kind of quiet, not the something's about to happen kind, just peace. I started sleeping again, I deleted every rideshare-related app and changed my number. I moved to a new place across town, got a job working security for a storage facility. Night shift still but stationary, locked gates, no strangers getting into my car, no destinations to follow. I even started going to therapy. I didn't tell my therapist everything, how could I? I mean, who would believe me? But I told her enough about the ride, about how it felt, about how afraid I'd been of things I couldn't explain. She listened. She didn't interrupt. And after a while, I started to feel like I had my feet on the ground again. I still thought about Noah. Not every day, but enough. I'd catch myself looking at the rear view when I was alone in the car, or checking the dash clock out of habit, but nothing ever happened. Eventually, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it really was over. Until last Tuesday. I was doing inventory checks in one of the back units at work, big metal containers, mostly filled with old furniture and boxes no one ever comes to claim. Most of the time it's boring, but I like the quiet. That night, I was cataloging the lock codes when I found something taped to the inside of one of the unit doors. It was a receipt, just like the one I'd found on my dashboard. But this one had no name, just a time, 3:14 a.m., and one word scribbled across the top, almost too light to see. Passenger. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. My hands started shaking, but not from cold. Someone had been there. Someone knew where I worked. And maybe they weren't done with me after all. But then something else hit me. The handwriting. It wasn't the same. This one was sloppier, sharper. I stared at it for a long time. Then I folded it neatly and slipped it into my pocket. I went back through the storage logs for the last month, found out that unit had recently been rented just for a week, paid in cash, no real name attached, just initials. J.W. Jason? I hadn't heard from him since he said he was going for a drive. That was over a month ago. I tried his phone again, straight to voicemail. I started digging, reached out to a few mutual friends. One of them said Jason had dropped off the grid, left town maybe, told people he needed space. No one had actually seen him, not since the night he disappeared. I think he picked someone up. I think he became the driver. That's how it works, right? That's what I started to understand. The ride ends when it's passed on, when the next driver takes the wheel, when someone else picks up the fare. That's why it left me alone. Because it wasn't about me anymore. It had found someone else. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sick to my stomach. I kept the receipt, put it in a drawer with the other one, the first one. They sit there now, side by side, proof, I guess. If I ever forget it happened, if I ever need to remember how close I got. I don't drive strangers anymore, not for money, not for favors, not even when friends beg. I sold the old car and got a new one. No ride history, no connection. I still check the back seat every night. Still wake up sometimes at 3:14 a.m., sweating, heart pounding, even when nothing's there. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I think that matters. I don't know what it was. I don't know if Noah was a ghost or a curse or something worse, but I do know this. It wanted to be remembered. That's why it kept leaving traces, notes, receipts, that weird fog in the car. The ride was never about getting somewhere, it was about passing through, taking something with it, leaving something behind. Maybe I finished the job. Maybe I didn't. But it's not my ride anymore. It belongs to someone else now. If you're reading this, if this somehow sounds familiar, if you've seen the same route pop up on your app, or found a cracked phone in your glove box, or if your dashboard clock freezes at the same time every night, don't accept the ride. Lock your doors. And for the love of God, never look in the rearview mirror. I almost did not want to post this because it still feels unreal and honestly embarrassing. Like, who would believe me if I told them someone had been living in my walls for a whole year? But the more I think about it, the more I realize I have to get it out there. Maybe someone else has been through something similar, or maybe it just helps to write it all down. I live in Chicago, in a small apartment on the ground floor of an old building. It is nothing fancy, but it is home. At least it was until things started going sideways. It began with small, weird things that I blamed on myself or just shrugged off as forgetfulness. One morning, I could not find my keys anywhere. I tore apart the living room, checked the kitchen, and even looked under the couch cushions. Nothing. Eventually, I found them in the bathroom, sitting on the edge of the sink. I must have put them there and forgotten. I told myself it happens to everyone, especially when you are busy or tired, but that was just the start. A few days later, I noticed the front door was unlocked when I got home. I was sure I had locked it, but maybe I was wrong. It was a small thing, but it set off a weird feeling in my chest. I started paying more attention, checking the locks multiple times before I left the apartment, and again when I came back. I even started leaving a note on the door to remind myself to lock it properly, which felt silly but necessary. Then came the mugs. I have a favorite coffee mug, a chipped blue one that I have had since college. One morning it was not where I always leave it. I looked around the kitchen but could not find it. A few days later, it reappeared in the sink, half full of cold water. I was sure I had not left it there. I started feeling like I was losing my mind, or maybe just forgetful. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Then the socks started disappearing. One by one, pairs would go missing from my laundry basket. At first, I thought it was the washing machine eating them, like a joke, but the pattern was too consistent to ignore. Sometimes I found single socks folded neatly on the floor, or tucked between the couch cushions. It was strange, but I tried not to think too much about it. The shampoo bottle was next. I noticed it was only half empty, but I had definitely not used that much. One morning I found it tipped over in the bathroom. Some of the shampoo spilled on the floor. It was not like me to be that clumsy. I started feeling a growing sense of unease, like something was off, but I could not put my finger on it. Then, late one night, everything came to a head. I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I heard a faint noise coming from the air vent. At first I thought it was just the building settling, or maybe the heater kicking on, but the sound was too deliberate. It was a soft rustling, like someone was moving inside the vent. I froze, listening hard. The noise stopped after a few seconds, and I told myself it was just my imagination, but I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next night, I stayed up longer, eyes glued to the ceiling vent. Around midnight, I saw a shadow move inside the grill. I blinked, thinking I must be seeing things, but the shadow was real. It was just a shape, but it was enough to send a jolt of fear through me. I grabbed my phone and snapped a quick picture, though it came out blurry and grainy. I showed it to a friend, but even they said it looked like nothing, just a shadow or a trick of the light. Still, I knew what I saw. I started checking the vents more often, and sometimes I thought I heard breathing or whispering when I was alone in the apartment. I kept looking for a way someone could be getting in without me knowing. The locks, the windows, the front door, they all seemed secure. It did not make sense. I began noticing other strange things. My phone acted weird, like I was getting texts from myself. The messages were short, random words or numbers that I did not remember typing or sending. Sometimes the screen would light up on its own, even when it was on silent. I changed my passwords, reset the phone, but the strange texts kept coming. It felt like someone was inside my digital life, as much as inside my home. I told a neighbor about the noises and missing things, hoping for some explanation. They listened, but said it was probably mice or a prank. I wanted to believe them, but deep down I felt more scared than ever. The idea that someone could be in my apartment, watching me, moving my things without me knowing, was terrifying. One evening, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my door. I peeked through the peephole, but no one was there. The building was old and creaky, so maybe it was nothing. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger every day. I started sleeping with a small knife by my bed and kept my phone close, ready to call for help if needed. Then came the discovery. I was cleaning behind the couch when I found a torn piece of fabric caught on a nail in the wall. It was faded and dirty, but it looked like part of a shirt. I had never seen it before. I started inspecting the apartment more carefully, tapping on walls and listening for hollow sounds. I found a small gap near the floor in the crawl space beneath the building. It was just big enough for a person to squeeze through. I did not know what to do. I was scared to confront whoever was there, but also afraid to ignore it. The thought of someone living in the walls watching me all this time was almost too much to bear. I kept asking myself if I was imagining it or losing my mind, but the evidence was piling up, impossible to deny. That is where I am now, still trying to piece it all together. I am going to keep writing, hoping that maybe someone can help me figure this out. The thought of that person still being in my home, moving unseen, is the worst part. I do not know what will happen next, but I am scared and exhausted, and just want it to be over. It was a few days after I noticed the shadow in the vent that things really started to get worse. I kept finding more small things missing or moved around, but I was starting to realize it was not me being forgetful anymore. I found another single sock, folded neatly and placed on top of my dresser. That was the first time I really froze, feeling like I was being watched even when I was alone. I could not explain how someone could be moving around without me hearing or seeing them, but I started to believe it was true. I began sleeping with my phone in my hand, ready to call someone if I needed to. The texts from myself kept coming, random letters and numbers that made no sense. Sometimes I thought they were trying to tell me something, but I had no idea what. I changed all my passwords multiple times, but the messages did not stop. It was like someone else had control over my phone, using it to communicate or maybe just mess with me. One night, I woke up to the sound of something scraping along the wall near the crawlspace entrance. It was slow and deliberate, like someone was trying to be quiet, but failing. I lay there frozen, heart pounding, waiting for it to stop. It did not, and eventually I got up to check. The door to the crawlspace was slightly open, even though I had been sure it was closed and locked. I slammed it shut and locked it again, feeling my hands shake. I started looking for places where someone could be hiding or moving around without me noticing. I tapped the walls, pressed my ear against them, and listened for any signs of breathing or movement. There were definitely hollow spots near the crawl space, and I thought I heard faint noises coming from inside. The idea that someone had been living there for months, watching me, made my stomach twist. I also found more evidence that someone was accessing my phone. There were logs of calls I did not make and messages I never sent. Sometimes I caught the screen lighting up when I was not touching it, and I felt like I was being watched even through the phone. It was the worst feeling, knowing that my private space had been invaded in so many ways. I tried to tell my friends about what was happening, but it was hard to explain without sounding crazy. They told me to be careful and maybe stay with someone for a while. I thought about it but did not want to leave my apartment, not knowing if the person was still inside. The thought of being somewhere unfamiliar made me feel even more vulnerable. One afternoon, I saw a man walking around the neighborhood, wearing a delivery uniform I did not recognize. He was carrying a clipboard and seemed to be checking addresses. Something about him made my skin crawl. I watched him from my window, feeling like he was looking back at me. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling would not go away. Later that day, I noticed my front door had scuff marks near the lock, like someone had tried to jimmy it. I was sure I had locked it properly, so the idea that someone was trying to break in was terrifying. I called the building manager, who said they would check the locks and security cameras, but the cameras did not cover my door directly. I started keeping a small notebook where I wrote down every strange thing I noticed, every noise and movement. It was my way of keeping track and trying to stay sane. I wrote about the socks, the mugs, the shampoo bottle tipped over, and the strange texts. I also wrote about the feeling of being watched and the shadow in the vent. One night, I heard footsteps right outside my door again. I peeked through the peephole but saw no one. The hallway was empty and quiet. I locked the door and leaned against it, feeling like I was about to cry. It was a mix of relief and fear, knowing someone had been there but not being able to see who. I started installing extra locks and a small alarm on my door, even though I knew it was not foolproof. I also bought a small camera to place near the vent and the crawlspace door. The footage was grainy and did not show much, but sometimes I caught blurry shapes moving in the background. The feeling of someone living in my walls, moving unseen for so long, was overwhelming. It made me question everything, including my own safety and sanity. I was exhausted, constantly on edge, and just wanted to find a way out of this nightmare. I still did not know who the man in the delivery uniform was, or how he fit into all of this. I had no proof that he was the one living in the crawl space, but something about him kept showing up in my thoughts. I was scared to confront him, or even go outside sometimes. I kept thinking about the photos the police eventually found, pictures of me taken from outside my window, some even showing me inside the apartment. The thought that someone had been watching me so closely was the worst part of all this. At the same time, I was relieved to finally have some answers, even if they were terrifying. Knowing someone had been living in my walls made the strange occurrences make sense, but it also meant I was not alone in my fear. The whole situation was exhausting and surreal, but I knew I had to keep going. I was determined to get through it, to find safety and peace again. For now, I was still living with the constant feeling of being watched, but I was no longer willing to let that fear control me. It felt like my life had turned into a constant state of waiting and watching. Every day I woke up half expecting to find more signs that someone was still here, moving silently in the walls or crawl space. I stopped feeling safe anywhere inside my own apartment. The small things that had seemed odd before were now part of a bigger picture I was terrified to accept. I started keeping every door and window locked at all times, even when I was home. I installed a cheap chain lock on the front door so I could open it a little without it swinging wide. I even taped the crawl space door shut as best I could, though it was old and warped and never quite sealed. Despite all that, the small, unsettling moments did not stop. Sometimes when I was sitting on the couch, I would hear faint breathing or the scrape of nails along the walls. At first I thought it was rats or mice, but the sounds were too rhythmic, too deliberate to be animals. It felt like whatever was in the walls was aware I was listening. I would freeze, heart pounding, hoping it would stop. Sometimes it did, and other times it went on until I was sure my mind would break. I also noticed strange things happening with my phone more frequently. The texts I supposedly sent to myself were becoming longer, sometimes just a few words or numbers, but other times full sentences that made no sense. I tried to screenshot them, but sometimes the messages disappeared before I could save them. My phone would light up at odd times, vibrate in my hand with no calls or notifications. I changed the phone, got a new one, but the behavior continued. It was like whoever was inside the building had control over my digital life as well. One day, I found more fabric caught on a nail near the crawl space. It was part of a shirt this time, thin and worn, and it made my stomach churn. I started avoiding the hallway near the crawl space, but I could not ignore the signs. It was clear someone had been living inside the building, hiding in the crawl space or walls, watching me and moving around unseen for months. The idea made my skin crawl. I began researching online, looking up stories about people who had found squatters or intruders living in their homes. Most stories were about broken-in houses or abandoned buildings, not apartments like mine. The thought that someone had been able to live here without me noticing was horrifying. It made me question how well I really knew my own space. Then came the strange calls. My phone would ring once or twice and then go dead. I would answer, but there was only silence on the other end. Sometimes I would hear faint breathing or whispering, but I could never make out any words. It felt like a taunt, a reminder that whoever was there was still watching me. I told a friend everything during a late-night phone call. They listened and told me to get out, to stay with them or family until I figured out what was going on. I wanted to say yes, but I felt trapped. This was my home, and I could not imagine leaving without knowing what was happening or who was behind it. The thought of someone still living in my walls while I was away was unbearable. One afternoon, while taking out the trash, I saw the man again. He was wearing a delivery uniform, walking through the building lobby with a clipboard in his hand. I froze when I saw him because something about him looked familiar. He glanced up, caught my eye for a brief second, and smiled. It was not a friendly smile. It was knowing, like he was playing a game I did not understand. I felt chills run down my spine. I started paying attention to when deliveries were made to my building. Sometimes packages would arrive at odd hours or be left on the wrong floor. It seemed like this man had access to the building at all hours and could move around unnoticed. I wondered if he was the one living in the crawl space, using his delivery role as a cover to watch the residents. The building manager said there was no record of any unusual deliveries or visitors, but I knew that could be manipulated. It felt like the man had been here for a long time, slowly learning my routines, knowing when I left and returned. The text to my phone, the missing items, the footprints near the crawl space, all made sense in this light. I started avoiding the hallway when I heard footsteps. I learned to listen for the pattern, trying to tell if it was someone coming or just the building settling. I even started carrying a small pocket knife in my purse when I went out, something for protection just in case. One night, I heard scratching noises again, this time louder and more frantic. I was in the kitchen when it started, a persistent scrape near the crawl space door. I wanted to ignore it, but it would not stop. I grabbed my phone and shined the flashlight at the door, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I did not see anything, but I swear I heard breathing on the other side. I stayed up the entire night, sitting by the door, clutching my phone like a lifeline. I told myself I was being paranoid, but it was impossible not to feel scared. I kept checking the locks, the windows, and the vent covers. Every small noise made me jump, and every shadow looked like someone watching. The whole experience was exhausting, draining every bit of energy I had. I started to wonder if I would ever feel safe again, or if my home would always feel like a trap. I kept hoping for answers, for some way to find out who was living in my walls and why. The fear had become part of my daily life, and I was no longer sure how to live with it. The fear became a constant companion that I could not shake. Every noise, every shadow, every unexpected sound made my heart jump in ways I never thought possible. The small apartment that once felt like a refuge now felt like a cage. I found myself checking the locks on the front door so many times that my fingers hurt, and yet I was never quite sure it was truly secure. The feeling of someone watching me, moving silently just out of sight, never left. One night I was sitting in the living room, trying to distract myself with some mindless television, when I heard the softest noise coming from the crawl space door. It was a quiet creak, almost too soft to hear. I froze, my breath caught somewhere in my chest. I kept my eyes fixed on the door, waiting, hoping nothing would come of it. The sound stopped after a moment, and I tried to convince myself it was just the building settling, but I did not believe it. I was sure that someone was moving back there. I began keeping a small flashlight next to my bed so I could check the crawl space whenever I felt the need. I did not sleep well, if at all, during those nights. Every time I woke up, I would listen carefully, hoping not to hear the faint whispers or breathing that sometimes drifted through the vents. The silence was never complete, and the house itself seemed to hold its breath along with me. The texts on my phone grew stranger. Sometimes they were just strings of numbers, and other times full sentences that made no sense. I became obsessed with trying to decode them, searching for a pattern or a message, but all I found were more questions. I tried to show the messages to friends, but it was hard to explain without sounding paranoid. They told me to call the police, but I hesitated. What could I tell them? That someone was living in my walls and sending me mysterious texts from my own phone? I started keeping a journal, writing down every strange thing I noticed. The missing socks, the moved mugs, the lights flickering, the scratching noises. Writing helped me feel a little more grounded, like I was trying to hold onto reality even as it slipped through my fingers. It was a way to remind myself that I was not imagining everything, even though part of me feared I might be. One afternoon, I went to the building manager to ask about the delivery man I had seen. The manager said there was no record of a new delivery person, which made me doubt myself for a moment. But I knew what I saw. The man had been coming and going, using his job as a cover to enter the building unnoticed. The thought that someone with easy access had been watching me all this time was chilling. I began leaving notes for the delivery man, hoping to communicate without meeting him face to face. I would write things like, "Please stop coming here," or "I know you are there," then tape them near the mailbox or on the front door. I never got a response, but sometimes the notes disappeared overnight. It was as if he was watching everything I did. The nights were the worst. I started sleeping with the lights on, trying to keep the shadows at bay. Even then, I would wake up suddenly, hearing footsteps in the hallway or the soft scrape of nails on the walls. I could not tell if I was hearing things or if someone was really there. My mind became a trap, cycling through fear, doubt, and exhaustion. I avoided inviting anyone over. The thought of a stranger walking into this house with me was too much to bear. I stopped going out as often, worried that if I left, someone would take advantage of my absence. The apartment that was supposed to be my safe place became something I dreaded coming home to. One evening I heard the tapping again on the window. It was slow and rhythmic, like someone was trying to get my attention. I sat up quickly, shining my phone's light toward the window, but there was nothing there. The street outside was quiet and empty. The tapping stopped and the silence returned, but my heart was pounding and I could not calm down. I started to realize that this person was not just living in the crawl space or walls. He knew my routines when I was home and when I was out. The texts on my phone were proof of that. It felt like I was under constant surveillance, like someone was invading every part of my life without my consent. One afternoon, I decided to set up a camera in the hallway near the crawlspace door. It was a cheap device, but it recorded motion and sent alerts to my phone. I checked the footage obsessively, hoping to catch something, anything that would prove what I had been afraid of. The first few days showed nothing unusual, just the usual creaks and shadows of the old building. Then one night, the camera captured movement. A pale figure, thin and hunched, was seen creeping down the hallway toward the crawl space. The footage was grainy, but the shape was unmistakable. It moved slowly, as if trying not to be seen. I watched the video over and over, my hands trembling. It was the man I had feared all along. I showed the footage to the building manager, who promised to look into it and increase security. They said they would check the crawl space and see if anyone was hiding there. I wanted to believe they would find something, but I was also scared of what they might discover. The next few days were tense. I kept checking the camera and listening for any unusual sounds. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I was exhausted and scared, but I knew I had to keep going. I could not let this person win. Then came the police visit. After I showed them the footage and told my story, they took it seriously. They inspected the crawl space and found evidence of someone living there, bedding, food wrappers, and even photos of me taken from outside my window. It was surreal and terrifying to realize how close this person had been for so long. The police assured me they would find the man and keep me safe. I finally felt a small sense of relief, but the scars of this experience were still there. I was left wondering how someone could live unseen in my home for so long, and how I could ever trust my space again. I started therapy to deal with the fear and anxiety that had built up over the past months. It helped to talk about what I had been through and learn ways to feel safe again. I slowly began to reclaim my home, taking small steps to make it mine once more. The man who lived in my walls was gone, but the memories stayed. I learned to live with the fear and not let it control me. I still check the locks multiple times before bed, and sometimes I jump at small noises, but I am stronger now. Looking back, I realize how important it is to trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. I am sharing this because I want others to be aware and to know they are not alone. Sometimes the scariest things are the ones hiding just beyond our sight. I remember how strange it felt after the police had done their inspection. They found all those things tucked away in the crawl space bedding, empty food wrappers, and those photos of me that I never knew existed. The whole time I kept asking myself how someone could have been so close for so long without me noticing. It was terrifying to think about, and even more terrifying to realize that I was not as safe in my own home as I thought. After the police left, I felt a mix of relief and anxiety. Relief because I knew they were taking it seriously and trying to find whoever had been living inside the building. Anxiety because I had no idea how long it would take or what they might uncover. The thought that this person might still be nearby, watching and waiting, kept me on edge. I kept looking over my shoulder, even when I was alone. I started going to therapy a few times a week, which helped me process everything. Talking about the fear and the feeling of being watched made it a little less overwhelming. The therapist helped me understand that what I experienced was a violation of my personal space and safety, and that it was okay to feel scared and uncertain. It was comforting to have someone listen without judgment and to learn coping strategies. Even with therapy, the house felt different. The noises that had once seemed normal were now triggers that sent my mind racing. A creak in the floor, the hum of the heater, or the flicker of a light could bring back memories of that year living with the invisible presence. I found myself double-checking doors and windows, sometimes multiple times before I could relax. It became a habit, a way to keep control. I also became more aware of my surroundings. I paid attention to the people in the neighborhood, the sounds in the building, and the movements around my apartment. I did not want to be caught off guard again. The delivery man who had seemed harmless before now felt like a ghost in my memory, a reminder that appearances can be deceiving. Despite the fear, I tried to return to some sense of normalcy. I invited a few close friends over for dinner, something I had avoided for months. It felt strange to have people in the apartment again, but it was also a small victory. I wanted to reclaim my space and not let fear control my life. There were still moments when I would catch myself jumping at small noises or feeling uneasy in quiet rooms. It was hard to trust my instincts fully after everything I had been through. But I knew that healing was a process, and I was making progress, even if it was slow. One thing that helped was creating a new routine. I started going for walks in the mornings, getting outside and moving my body. The fresh air and sunlight helped clear my mind and gave me a break from the constant tension inside the apartment. I also picked up journaling again, writing not just about the fear, but about the things that made me happy or hopeful. I realized that part of healing was finding ways to feel safe and grounded, even if I could not control everything. It was about building a life where fear did not rule my every moment. I surrounded myself with people I trusted and found small ways to connect with the world outside my apartment walls. I thought a lot about the man who had lived in the crawl space. I did not hate him or wish him harm. In some ways, I felt sorry for him. He must have been desperate, scared, and lonely to live like that for so long. That did not excuse what he did, but it made me humanize the situation rather than just see it as a horror story. The police never found him. After the initial search and investigation, the trail went cold. I do not know where he went or if he is still nearby. That uncertainty was one of the hardest things to live with. Not knowing if the person who invaded my life was out there somewhere made it difficult to fully relax. I took steps to improve security in my apartment building. We installed better locks and cameras, and the building management became more vigilant about who had access. The neighbors started looking out for one another more, and I felt a little less alone in dealing with what had happened. The experience changed how I see safety and trust. I learned to listen to my gut feelings and to take small concerns seriously before they grow into bigger problems. It also taught me that no one is completely safe all the time, and sometimes the people who hurt us are closer than we think. Sometimes when I am lying in bed and the apartment is quiet, I still hear faint noises that make me tense up. But now, I try to remind myself that those sounds are just the house settling or the city outside. I try not to let fear take over, even though it is a hard habit to break. I have started volunteering at a local shelter, hoping to help others who feel vulnerable or alone. It gives me a sense of purpose and connection that I was missing during those dark months. Sharing my story has also helped me heal. I realize that vulnerability can be a strength, and that being honest about fear can bring people together. Looking back, I am amazed at how much I endured, and how far I have come. The man who lived in my walls was a terrifying presence, but he also showed me the limits of my own resilience. I learned that fear can be overcome even when it feels overwhelming. I do not know what the future holds, but I am determined to live it on my own terms. I want to feel safe, to be happy, and to trust my home again. It will take time, but I believe I can get there. For anyone reading this who feels scared or trapped in their own space, I want you to know that you are not alone. Trust yourself, reach out for help, and remember that healing is possible. Sometimes the darkest times teach us the most about our own strength. I had almost convinced myself that things were finally getting better. After months of sleepless nights, constant anxiety, and the feeling that someone was always watching, I was slowly reclaiming my life. The police had found evidence of the man who had been living in the crawl space, but they never caught him. It was strange knowing that he was out there somewhere, free, but the support from friends, therapy, and the small steps I took to improve my safety made me feel stronger than I had in a long time. One morning I woke up to sunlight streaming through the window and birds chirping outside. It was the first time in weeks that I felt truly rested, not drained by fear. I got up, made a cup of tea in my chipped blue mug, and sat by the window, letting the calm wash over me. The apartment still had its creaks and groans, but now they felt like just that noises of an old building, not signs of something sinister. I had learned to live with them without panic. I thought about the man who had lived in my walls for a year. I did not hate him anymore. He was a person who had hidden away, probably desperate and scared, just like I had felt during those long nights. I hoped that wherever he was getting help. That was all I wanted, to find some peace and closure for both of us. A few weeks later, the building installed new locks on every door, and security cameras were placed in common areas. The manager became more involved, checking in on residents and making sure everyone felt safe. It was a small change, but it made a big difference. I was no longer looking over my shoulder, and I started inviting friends over again. The apartment felt like home once more. I continued therapy and found comfort in writing and volunteering at a local shelter. Helping others reminded me that fear and vulnerability are shared experiences and that healing is possible. I met people with stories just as difficult, and it helped me realize I was not alone. My story was part of a bigger picture of survival and resilience. The strange texts on my phone stopped eventually. I got a new number and made sure to secure all my accounts. The silence was a relief. I was not haunted by mysterious messages or unexplained noises anymore. The phone was mine again, a tool for connection rather than a source of fear. Sometimes I still feel a flicker of anxiety when I hear a sudden noise or see a shadow move, but I have learned to breathe through those moments, to remind myself of the strength I found in facing the unknown. My life is not perfect, and I know scars remain, but I am not defined by fear. Looking back, I realize how important it is to trust your instincts. If something feels off, do not ignore it. Reach out for help and take steps to protect yourself. I almost did not post this story because I was afraid of sounding crazy or being judged, but sharing it has been part of my healing. It has connected me with others and helped me reclaim my voice. The man who lived in my walls changed my life in unexpected ways. He forced me to confront my fears and fight for my safety. I am stronger because of it, even if the experience was terrifying. Now, I can finally say that I am safe in my own home again. I hope that anyone reading this who has faced similar fears knows they are not alone. Healing takes time, and it is okay to feel scared and uncertain, but there is hope. There is a way forward. And sometimes the darkest moments can lead to the brightest new beginnings. This is going to sound fake. I know that. If I were reading this, I'd think someone was messing around or making up office creepypasta. But I'm not here to impress anyone. I'm writing this down because I need to get it out of my head. Like if I don't document it, it'll keep slipping. like it already has. I work in one of those bleak mid-size offices you only see in the back corners of cities. Not downtown, not flashy, just 3 floors of beige hallways and break rooms that smell like burnt coffee and anxiety. We process insurance claims, that's all. I've been here for 5 years. Same cubicle, same terrible chair, same 4 co-workers in my row. We never switch desks. You know how some offices do that hot desk thing where you float around? We're not like that. Everything's fixed. So when I say there was a guy in the cubicle next to me, I mean that literally. He was always there. Always. His name was Jim. I didn't know his last name. I don't think anyone did. He was the quiet type, nodded when you said hi. Didn't join in on office birthdays or bagel Fridays, but he wasn't rude. He always wore a red tie. Not bright red, more like that faded maroon color. Same one every day. I think he must have had 5 of the same tie. It became kind of his thing. Red tie, brown folder, black coffee, always black, no sugar, no milk. Just poured straight from the break room pot into a chipped white mug that said number 1 something. I could never read the rest, because the glaze was cracked. Every morning he got in before me. That's saying something because I'm usually here by 7:15. He'd already be sitting down, typing quietly, face blank, screens already lit. I asked him once how early he got in, and he just shrugged. Said he liked the quiet before the phones started ringing. And then yesterday, he was gone. I didn't think much of it at first. People take sick days. But something about the silence from his cubicle felt different, wrong somehow, like the shape of the room had changed. It's hard to explain. The kind of quiet that feels deliberate. At 10:30, I asked Janice, she sits 2 rows behind me, if she'd seen Jim this morning. She blinked at me like I'd asked her if she believed in ghosts. "Who?" she said. "Jim," I repeated. "Cubicle to the right of mine, red tie, quiet guy." She tilted her head like she was trying to place it, then shook her head. "I think you mean Rick. You sit next to Rick." I laughed a little, waiting for her to smile. She didn't, and she was dead serious. "There is no Rick in our row. There has never been a Rick." I got up and walked the floor, asked 2 more people. Same thing, blank stares. One guy said, "Are you thinking of someone from another floor?" I told him I'd sat next to Jim for 5 years, that we started around the same time, that we shared a desktop printer, that Jim once let me borrow his space heater in the winter when the vents were busted. Nobody knew what I was talking about. So I went back to the cubicle, and it was empty. I don't mean someone's out for the day empty. I mean no computer, no monitor, no chair, no lamp, no desk calendar. Just dust rings on the floor and a lone Ethernet cable snaked against the wall, unplugged. I checked my own drawer, thinking maybe I had something, a post-it note from Jim, a pen he lent me, something to prove he existed. That's when I found the note. It was in my top drawer, under a stack of forms. I didn't put it there. It wasn't folded. Just sitting there like it had been dropped in last second. In thick, uneven handwriting it said, "Don't ask about me. They'll notice you next." No signature, no punctuation. The ink looked smudged, like whoever wrote it did it in a hurry, or with shaky hands. I stared at it for probably 5 full minutes. I haven't told anyone about it. I don't know who I'd even tell. HR? The police? I feel like if I say the words out loud, something will shift. Like I'll cross a line I can't uncross. Because here's the thing, the cubicle Jim sat in, it's not in our seating chart. I checked the printed map we all get during onboarding. Every desk is labeled. Mine is B12. Janice is B14. B13, Jim's desk, is just listed as spare, but it's not a spare desk. It was his. I saw him at it every day. I heard him typing. I heard him clearing his throat. I've passed him coffee creamer during our 3 p.m. lull. And now it's like he never existed. I looked through my work inbox. No emails from him. I swear we exchanged at least 5 or 6 password resets, printer jams, calendar stuff, all gone. His name isn't in the directory, not first or last. And when I asked IT if I could submit a ticket on behalf of the person who sat next to me, the guy gave me a weird look. There's no active user assigned to that port, he said. Nobody's logged in there since last summer. That doesn't make sense. I saw Jim yesterday morning. Or at least, I thought I did. I don't know what this is. A glitch? A prank? A nervous breakdown on my end? But when I came in this morning, I swear the air smelled like his coffee. That same burned, bitter edge that only happens when you let it sit too long on the burner. And I keep catching something out of the corner of my eye, a shape, right in the space where his cubicle used to be. I haven't thrown the note away. I keep it in my jacket pocket, and I'm not asking anyone else about him. Not yet. I laid in bed with the light on, fully dressed, like some part of me expected to get pulled back into the office. Or, like I was afraid if I closed my eyes too long, I'd wake up and the apartment would be gone too. That's how off everything feels now. Like the world is made of layers, and one of them just shifted a little too far out of alignment. I kept checking the sticky note in my pocket. Don't ask about me, they'll notice you next. The handwriting still looked uneven, left leaning, a little shaky. I kept trying to picture Jim writing it, hunched over his desk, glancing over his shoulder. The part I can't get past is how it ended up in my drawer. I didn't see him the day before he disappeared. At least, I don't think I did, but maybe that's the point. Maybe he was already fading. This morning, I told myself I wasn't going to look for more clues. I was going to show up, do my work, keep my head down, no questions, no notes. Just finish my shift and go home. Pretend I never knew Jim, but that lasted maybe half an hour. The silence in that part of the floor is different now. It's not the usual office quiet where you can still hear typing and low phone calls. It's deeper, more hollow, like the sound just doesn't land right. I started noticing little things, like the cubicle wall next to mine, the one that used to separate my space from Jim's. It's slightly warped now, like it was taken down and reinstalled wrong. And there's this tiny ripple in the carpet where his chair used to roll back and forth. Nobody seems to see it. Around 10, I pretended I needed to fix my printer settings and walked past HR. I looked through the frosted glass at their little corkboard. That's where they post birthdays and anniversaries and welcome signs for new hires. The board was clean, too clean, like it had been wiped. I could have sworn Jim's 5-year anniversary had been listed there just a few weeks ago. But now, the pins are all in odd places, like something was ripped down in a rush. I didn't go inside. I was too scared someone would see me looking, and I don't know what I'd say if they asked what I was looking for. Back at my desk, I opened our internal directory again, typed Jim into the employee search. Still nothing, not even a list of terminated employees. I typed in his full name, or what I thought was his full name. I wasn't even sure anymore. It's like my brain's already starting to file him under dream. Around lunch, I noticed another thing that shook me more than I expected. There's a coat rack at the end of our row. It's built into the wall. Kind of an ugly thing, beige metal. 3 hooks, never fully straight. Every day, Jim used to hang his coat there. Same charcoal jacket, a little too tight in the shoulders. I know, because it used to brush against mine when we both arrived early. Today, the rack was gone. Not empty. Gone. The wall where it used to be was patched and painted over, badly, like someone did it in a rush with the wrong shade of beige. You can still see where the screws used to go, 4 faint holes like pinpricks. When I asked maintenance about it, the guy just looked at me and said, "What rack?" And I swear he meant it. He wasn't being sarcastic. He genuinely didn't know what I was talking about. That's when I started watching other people more closely. Just little things. How they moved through the office. Who they nodded to. What names they dropped in conversation. Most of them avoided the space beside my cubicle completely. They'd circle around it, like it wasn't there. A few glanced at it, confused, like they expected something else. But none of them stopped. Then around 3 in the afternoon I noticed something else. The guy 2 rows down, Marcus, his phone rang. He answered it with his usual claims and billing, Marcus speaking. Then he paused, and I saw it, just for a second. This flicker of confusion in his face. Like he didn't recognize the voice on the other end. He kept nodding, saying, "Uh-huh," but his eyes were scanning the room, like he was looking for someone who wasn't there anymore. Then he hung up, looked around, and his expression was completely blank, like he had already forgotten the call. I waited until he went to the restroom and checked his phone. The display showed no recent calls. That's when I realized it's not just about Jim. Something's spreading. I remembered what the note said. They'll notice you next. I don't know who they are, but I think noticing is the trigger. Like attention feeds whatever this is. The more you remember, the more you ask, the more the edges of reality start to give. I think that's what happened to Jim. He must have known something, or seen someone else disappear, and he tried to hold on to it too long, tried to push back. And the system, the building, the floor, whatever corrected itself. I think this place is erasing people. Not killing. Not relocating. Just removing. And once they're gone, it rearranges itself to fit the new reality. Cubicle layouts shift, calendar entries vanish, even memories start to feel like guesses. I don't know how far this goes, or how many people it's happened to already, but I'm starting to feel it creeping toward me. Little things. My badge glitched at the door this morning. Said access denied for half a second before unlocking. My nameplate was crooked when I got in. I never leave it like that. And just now, as I was finishing this, the sticky note is missing from my pocket. I didn't drop it. I checked the floor. I checked my jacket. Gone. The air feels heavier now, like the office is watching me breathe. I left work early that day. I didn't ask. I just stood up, walked toward the elevators, and told myself if anyone stopped me, I'd pretend I was going to a meeting, but no one looked up. No one asked anything. The receptionist at the front desk didn't even blink. It was like I had already started to become invisible, and nobody cared. That was somehow worse than being confronted. I didn't go straight home. I sat in my car with the engine running and just stared at the building through the windshield. I watched the windows of my floor, wondering if I'd see a flicker of movement, some small sign that the thing in that office knew I was trying to stay ahead of it. There was nothing. The weird part was, even though I should have been panicking, my head felt blank, like the fear had turned into something heavier, something tired. I didn't want to solve it. I just wanted to survive it. I knew if I went home and started Googling weird memory gaps or workplace disappearances, it would all unravel faster. So I made myself stop, just tried to breathe. I drove to a diner on the edge of town and sat there with a coffee for 2 hours. I watched people come in and out, normal people doing normal things. I felt like I was underwater, watching a world that didn't know it was thinning at the edges. When I finally went home, I checked everything in my apartment. Nothing missing, no notes, no signs of entry, but my calendar app had changed. An event I didn't recognize was there, review prep with Marcus, listed for 3 in the afternoon that day. I hadn't had a meeting. I hadn't spoken to Marcus at all. But now it was showing as completed, with a little check mark. I tapped it to open more details, and the app crashed. I opened it again, and the event was gone. Not moved, not archived, just gone. I sat there for 20 straight minutes, staring at my screen, willing the event to come back. It didn't. The next morning at work, I noticed Marcus wasn't in yet. I waited. He always gets there before 9. 9:15, nothing. 10 o'clock, his desk was empty. But his stuff was still there. Jacket on the back of the chair, coffee mug with the chip on the handle, notepad open with some numbers scribbled across it. That made my stomach twist, because it meant the process hadn't finished with him yet. He wasn't erased, not completely, just paused. I looked around to see if anyone else noticed. They didn't. In fact, one guy even said, "Hey, anyone seen Dennis?" I blinked. "You mean Marcus?" He frowned. "No, Dennis." Tall guy, brown hair, sits next to the copier. There is no Dennis on our floor. I checked the internal directory again, no Marcus. But now, suddenly, there was a Dennis H. listed under our department. I clicked on the name. The profile had one line. Started 3 months ago. Billing analyst. I leaned back and stared at the ceiling tiles. It was happening again. And this time I was watching it in real time. Marcus had been wiped and replaced, and no one knew it except me. Around noon I checked his desk again. Now the jacket was gone, the mug was gone, his chair was pushed in, the monitor was dark, the notepad was clean, not a single pen in the cup holder. Like it had never been used. I stood there too long and someone passed behind me and asked, looking for a seat. I shook my head and mumbled something about printer access. My voice didn't sound right, like it belonged to someone else. I spent the rest of the day trying not to blink, trying not to forget. I wrote Marcus's name on my palm with a pen, just one word, Marcus, over and over. But the ink kept smearing. By 3, it was just a blur. My hands were clean, but the name was gone. I started to wonder if I had made him up too, if Jim had been the first stage, and Marcus was the second, and I was next. At 4:30, I heard a whisper. Not in my ear, not behind me, from inside the cubicle where Jim used to sit. It was faint, barely more than breath. But it said my name. Not loud, not urgent, just present. I didn't move. I stared at my screen and held still like a kid hiding from something in the dark. The whisper didn't come again, but the temperature dropped, just slightly, like a cold breath had passed through that space. I left exactly on time. Not early, not late, just at 5 o'clock sharp. I didn't say goodbye to anyone, didn't lock my drawer, just walked straight out. Again, no one looked at me. When I got home, I checked my voicemail. 1 missed call. Unknown number. The message was 2 seconds long. No words. Just the sound of quiet breathing. Not heavy, not threatening, just there. Like someone was standing nearby, waiting for me to speak first. I deleted it. Then I checked the one photo I had on my phone of the office. It was from a birthday last year. Janice brought cupcakes and made everyone pose. Jim was in that photo. I remember clearly because he stood all the way at the edge, half turned, awkward but smiling. I pulled it up. He wasn't there. Everyone else was. Same background, same cupcakes, same lighting. But the far right edge of the photo was empty space, like someone had been cut out perfectly. No glitch, no blur, just a clean absence, as if the space had always been like that. I didn't sleep that night either. I kept the lights on again. I kept the closet door shut, even though I never do. And when I closed my eyes, I swear I heard typing. Not in my apartment, from somewhere else, but close enough to hear. I didn't want to go back the next day, but skipping work wasn't something I ever did. It would draw attention, and attention, I was starting to realize, was the one thing I couldn't afford anymore. That seemed to be how this thing worked. It didn't come for people screaming in the middle of the office. It came for the quiet ones, the ones who noticed too much and said too little, the ones who hovered right on the edge of remembering. I walked in right at 7:50, the same time I always did. The elevator was empty. The hallway smelled the same stale coffee, carpet glue, and printer ink. Nothing looked different at first. But when I turned the corner and saw our row of cubicles, I knew something was off again. The lighting was colder. maybe not visibly dimmer, but it felt harsher, like someone had replaced the bulbs with copies that weren't quite right. The color was just a little too flat. My desk was untouched. That's what scared me the most. Everything was exactly the way I had left it. Keyboard tilted slightly, second monitor unplugged because it kept shorting out. But I noticed something strange under the edge of my desk. The carpet was cleaner than the rest, a perfect rectangle of newer fibers, like something had been sitting there until recently. A chair, maybe, or a bag. I checked under the desk and felt around, even though I already knew nothing would be there. At 9:15, the phones started ringing, but only some of them. Ours never rang much anyway, but now the sound was thinner, like half the office wasn't calling out anymore. Like the people on the other end of the line had started disappearing too. Janice didn't show up for work that day. No one mentioned her. Not even once. I stood near the break room and waited to hear someone say her name, but all I got were a few passing conversations about reports and deadlines and someone from payroll moving offices. Nobody said her name. I checked her cubicle. It was still full: coffee mug, paper clips, a little cactus she always said she forgot to water, but her photo was missing. The one she kept pinned to the felt wall, her and her dog, back when he was still alive. It had been there every day for years. Now the pin was still in place, but the photo was gone. I asked a guy from accounting if he'd seen Janice. He said Janice, and just repeated the word back to me like it was a question he didn't quite understand. Janice, I said again, sits by the copier, usually wears those green earrings. He blinked. You mean, Carol? I just nodded. That was the safest thing now. Nod and move on. Carol is not a real person. She's a placeholder. So was Dennis. So was whatever name comes next. I went back to my desk and started writing everything down by hand. No typing, no emails, just a notebook. I wrote Jim's name, then Marcus, then Janice. I wrote down everything I could remember about each one, the way Jim's chair used to squeak when he leaned back, the gum Marcus used to chew even though it was against policy, the little hum Janice made when she was focusing, not a song, just a low sound in her throat, barely audible. I filled 6 pages. I kept the notebook in my coat pocket. Not my drawer, not my locker, on me. At 12:30, the cafeteria was quiet. Usually there's some noise trays, microwaves, the hiss of the coffee machine. But today it felt like walking into a rehearsal space after everyone packed up. The vending machines were lit, but not humming. There was a sandwich in one of the racks that looked familiar, like the same one that had been there the day before, and maybe the day before that. I sat down with my packed lunch, which I hadn't packed. That part messed with me more than I want to admit. I didn't bring anything from home that morning. But at noon, there was a plastic container in my bag. Turkey sandwich, mustard, exactly the way I used to make it when I still cared enough to prep lunches. But I hadn't made this one, not recently. The bread was too dry, like it had been sitting in a fridge for a while. I didn't eat it. I threw it in the trash and walked out. When I got back to my desk, the cactus from Janice's cubicle was now on mine. No one saw it happen. No one else noticed. It was just there. Same chipped pot, same slightly tilted soil, same faint scent of decay. I didn't touch it. I didn't move it. I just wrote down another note in my book. The more I write, the more I remember. That's the only thing I've found that works. Everything digital gets wiped. My phone camera stopped working this morning. Not broken. It just won't open the app. The memory fills up, then empties itself. Even my contacts are starting to shift. Names I don't recognize, people I never met. I called one number by accident, one that used to belong to my sister, and a man answered. Not just any man, a man who knew my name. And when I asked who he was, he said, "You're almost out of order." I hung up. I threw the phone in the trash behind the building. I didn't even watch it fall. I just turned and walked away. I don't know how much time I have. I can feel the edges getting thinner. Words start to stutter when I talk too fast, like the air around me can't keep up. I saw my reflection in the monitor go dim today, not shut off, just dim, and my reflection didn't blink when I did. I think the building is absorbing us, not the company, the place itself, the cubicles, the walls, the old carpets with their chemical-smelling fibers, it's all part of it. And the ones who ask questions first, they get noticed. And when they get noticed, they go quiet. The lights flickered again this morning, only in our row, just for a second, enough to make the bulbs blink and reset the monitors. I waited for someone to comment, maybe a joke about the building falling apart, but no one said anything. I glanced over at the cubicle across from me and realized it was empty. I used to know who sat there. The name's on the tip of my tongue, but when I try to focus on it, it slips sideways like a word in a dream. I remember the person's laugh, that's all. A short, sharp sound like they were always halfway to choking on it. But their desk is gone now. Not just empty gone. The cubicle wall is there, but the inside is bare. Carpet flattened, cable unplugged, nothing to mark anyone was ever there. The cactus moved again. It's on my desk now, not just next to the monitor, right in front of the keyboard, sitting like a warning or a placeholder. I tried to move it once, just to push it to the side, but my hand froze halfway there. My fingers curled without touching it. I can't explain why. It's like something in my body refused. I spent most of the morning avoiding eye contact with anyone. There are fewer people now. The floor used to feel comfortably busy. That low drone of typing, phone calls, the occasional throat clear or laugh. Now it's hollow. Every noise feels isolated. Every conversation feels like the last one of the day. Around 10:30, I went looking for old files. There's a storage room near the copy center. Hardly anyone uses it anymore since everything went digital. But I remembered that HR used to keep backup records in there. I pretended I was looking for toner and slipped inside. It was cold, colder than I expected, like the air hadn't moved in weeks. Dust layered across the shelves, boxes lined up neatly but unlabeled. I started flipping through them. Most were filled with outdated training binders and payroll slips from more than a decade ago. But in the back, under a stack of discarded nameplates, I found a folder. No name. Just a deep scratch across the cover like it had been dragged against concrete. Inside were printouts of ID photos, all black and white, all slightly out of focus, dozens of them, some familiar, some not. I recognized Jim, I recognized Marcus, I even saw Janice, her head turned slightly to the side like the camera caught her off guard. At the bottom of the stack was a single page of typed notes. I copied it into my notebook word for word. I don't know why. Maybe because I knew it wouldn't last if I didn't. The page said, Stage 4 initiated, memory saturation confirmed, targets reverting to placeholders, primary observer still active, proceed with caution, system compensating. That was all. No names, no signature, just those lines, like someone had been tracking this from the beginning. I didn't hear anyone come in, but when I looked up, the door was closing. I left the room without checking the hallway, just walked back to my desk, sat down, and stared at the cactus. It looked different, like it had grown, just slightly. The base was wider. A small crack in the pot hadn't been there before. I checked my email. Nothing, no meetings, no assignments. Just one flagged message that read, Reminder, your orientation is scheduled for tomorrow. That makes no sense. I have worked here for 5 years. There is no orientation. Not for me. I clicked the message. It was empty. Just white space. Then the screen blinked and the email was gone. That afternoon, someone new sat in the cubicle next to me. I didn't hear them arrive. Just looked up, and they were there. Young, maybe late 20s, plain dress shirt, no jacket, clean face, no expression, typing steadily, no hesitation. I leaned over slowly, trying not to seem obvious. "Hey," I said. The person looked up, not startled, just mildly curious. "Do you know who was here before you?" They tilted their head. "I've always been here." They smiled, but their eyes didn't match the smile. Something in their face didn't move right. "What's your name?" I asked. They paused, then said, "I'm Jim." I didn't respond. I just stared at them until they turned back to their screen. That wasn't Jim. It wasn't even close. But the name was the right one, the first one I remembered disappearing. This thing, whatever it is, it's starting to recycle, filling spaces with something close enough to pass until no one questions it, replacing memory with suggestion, swapping people with placeholders. I don't think I have much time left. I can feel the edges starting to blur. The words on this page look slightly off, not the spelling, the letters themselves, like the font is subtly changing, one letter at a time. Like it's trying to convince me I made them up. Tomorrow's the day, I think. Orientation. That's what the message said. I don't know what that means. But I think it's the end, or the start of something worse. I got up early this morning, not because I had to. I didn't sleep. I haven't, really, in days, not in the way that counts. I keep drifting off for seconds at a time, long blinks where the room looks different when my eyes open. My bedroom ceiling creaks like something's breathing behind it. I leave the lights on now, not because I'm scared of the dark, but because I'm afraid of waking up and not recognizing the shape of things anymore. When I stepped outside, the sky looked thinner than usual. Not gray, not overcast, just faded, like the blue had been washed out and stretched too far across the sky. It reminded me of the old computer wallpapers from a decade ago, the ones that looked realistic until you stared too long and noticed they were fake. I stood there for a few minutes, looking up, and I thought, this is what the edge looks like. The office lobby smelled the same. Disinfectant, coffee that had been burning on the warmer since 6 in the morning, paper that had been stored too long in sealed boxes. The security guard nodded at me like he always did, but he didn't say anything. I didn't say anything either. I don't think his name exists anymore. I know it used to, but it's gone now. Not on his badge, not in my head, just gone. When I got to my floor, I walked past the desk where Janice used to sit. Now it belongs to someone else, a man in a navy sweater with no name tag. He doesn't look up. He types steadily, hands never stopping. I keep walking. The cubicle next to mine is empty again. No chair, no monitor, no cactus. That's how I know it's today. My calendar says orientation, just that word. No time, no details. I didn't add it. I don't know who did, but I'm not going to ignore it. If I have to disappear, I want to see how it happens. At 9:30, the elevator dings. It shouldn't. No one ever comes up to this floor that late. Anyone who works here is already in by then. Anyone who doesn't shouldn't be here. But the door opens, and someone steps out. A man in a gray suit, clean-shaven, maybe in his 40s. I've never seen him before, but he walks like he belongs here. He doesn't look left or right. He walks straight toward me. And when he reaches my cubicle, he doesn't speak. He just places a small white envelope on my keyboard and walks away. I wait until he's gone. Then I open it. Inside is a card, plain, no logo, just one sentence typed neatly in the center. You are ready. I put the card in my notebook. I don't need to pack anything. There's nothing to take with me. I walk down the hallway past rows of cubicles that feel too quiet. I don't hear phones ringing anymore. I don't hear keyboards. Just the sound of the lights buzzing faintly and the air vents clicking on and off. I pass the copier room. The light is off. The smell of toner is strong. Stronger than usual, like the machine has been running non-stop, even though no one uses it anymore. I reach the end of the hall. There's a door there now. I've never seen it before. It's painted the same color as the walls that washed out beige that's supposed to look clean but always feels a little sickly. The handle is metal, cool to the touch. I pause, hand hovering just above it. For a second, I think about leaving, just turning around, walking out, and never coming back. But then I hear a voice behind me. It says my name. Not loud, not aggressive, just patient. I don't turn around. I open the door and step through. It's not what I expected. No machines, no control room, no glowing lights or rows of screens. Just a small office, desk, chair, another chair across from it, a single plant in the corner, fluorescent lights overhead, and sitting behind the desk, Jim. Or someone wearing Jim's face. He looks up and smiles. Not forced, not cruel, just calm. "Have a seat," he says. I sit. "You've done well," he says. "You remembered." I want to ask what that means. I want to ask who he is, what this place is, why people vanish, but I don't. Because I already know. It's not about answers. It's about replacement. "You'll be moved to the other side," he says. "You'll sit in the next row, the ones behind the copy room." I nod. He hands me a nameplate. It has a different name on it. Not mine. But it still feels like me. That's how I know I'm ready. I stand, walk back out. Everything feels easier now. Lighter. When I reach my new desk, someone else is already sitting next to it. They look nervous. They glance at me, about to say something. I smile. They smile back. Their name is already fading. And the cactus is back, right where it should be. I don't know how to explain what I saw that night. Even now, thinking about it makes my stomach twist and my skin crawl. It was one of those nights when sleep felt impossible, the air in the room heavy and restless. I was lying there in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, trying to will myself to drift off. Outside, the world was quiet, too quiet. That kind of deep silence that feels like it is pressing in on you from all sides. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke up to a noise. It was not loud, just this soft scraping sound that seemed to echo in the darkness. At first, I thought it was the branches of the old oak tree outside, maybe the wind pushing them against the building. But the sound kept going. This steady, deliberate rhythm that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I sat up in bed, my heart already beating faster. The scraping was coming from the window, the one that looked out over the small strip of woods behind the complex. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal, maybe a bird, but there was something about it that felt wrong. I pulled back the curtain just a crack, and that was when I saw him. He was tall and pale, his skin almost glowing in the dim light from the street lamp. He was naked, completely and utterly exposed, and he was clinging to the drain pipe just outside my window. His fingers were wrapped so tight around the metal that I could see his knuckles, white and straining. His ribs stood out in sharp relief every time he took a breath, each inhale so deep and ragged that I could hear it through the glass. He did not move. He just stood there, staring at me with these wide, unblinking eyes that seemed to shimmer in the half-dark. For a moment, I could not move either. I just stood there, the curtain bunched in my hand, my breath caught somewhere between a gasp and a scream. I do not know how long we stayed like that, maybe seconds, maybe longer, but it felt like an eternity, the two of us locked in that silent, frozen moment. My mind was racing, every nerve in my body screaming at me to do something. Call the police, run, hide, but I could not seem to make myself move. Finally, he shifted, Slowly, like every movement was deliberate, he turned his head and looked away from me, down at the ground below. Then, hand over hand, he began to climb down the drain pipe. His bare feet slipped once on the metal, but he did not make a sound, just kept going, inch by inch, until he reached the ground. I watched him walk away, his pale skin catching the light as he moved into the shadows of the trees. The woods swallowed him up, and then he was gone, like he had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time after that, the curtain still clenched in my fist, my whole body shaking. My mouth felt dry and my legs felt like they would not hold me if I tried to walk. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the way he had not seemed surprised to see me staring back, like he had been expecting me. Eventually, I managed to close the curtain and back away from the window. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down on the edge of the bed. I felt like I could still hear his breathing, that ragged, hungry sound echoing in my ears. I called the police a few minutes later. My voice was calm, too calm, like it was not really me speaking. I told them what I had seen, about the man outside my window, about the way he had climbed down and vanished into the woods. They said they would send someone to check it out, that I should lock my doors and stay inside. I did what they said. I checked every lock in the apartment twice, then a third time for good measure. I turned on every light and sat in the middle of the living room, my phone clutched in my hand. I could not stop shaking, my mind replaying the image of that man over and over again. The way he had stood there, so still and silent, like he was waiting for something. The police came about 30 minutes later. I could see the flash of their flashlights outside moving through the trees, the beams cutting through the darkness. They knocked on my door and I let them in, trying to keep my voice steady as I told them everything again. They nodded, their faces serious but calm, and said they would keep looking. They found footprints in the dirt under my window, bare footprints, deep and clear in the soft earth, but there was nothing else, no clothes, no sign of who he was or where he had gone. Just those footprints leading away into the trees like a trail of ghosts. They said they would patrol the area for the rest of the night, but there was not much else they could do. One of the officers gave me a sympathetic smile and told me to get some rest, that it was probably just some transient, someone passing through, but I could see it in his eyes. He was as unsettled as I was. After they left, I sat in the living room for a long time, the lights still on, my back pressed against the couch. I did not want to go back to the bedroom, did not want to see that window again. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the way his chest had heaved with every breath, the way he had not seemed afraid at all. I do not know what he wanted or why he had chosen my window, but I know I will never forget the way he looked in the dark, pale and still and utterly human. And I know that even if I never see him again, I will always wonder if he is still out there, watching. The next morning, the world looked exactly the same as it always did. The sun rose and painted everything gold. The birds sang in the trees, and the air smelled like fresh-cut grass and warm pavement. But nothing felt normal to me. Everything felt too bright, too loud, like the world was moving on without noticing the crack that had split open in my life the night before. I tried to go about my usual routine, made coffee, fed the cat, turned on the news just to hear another human voice in the room, but every small sound made me jump. The scrape of a chair against the floor, the creak of the old pipes in the wall, they all felt too close, like they were happening right beside me instead of somewhere in the house. I kept thinking about the man I had seen, his pale skin, the way his ribs moved with each breath, the way he had not even flinched when he saw me watching him. I could not get that image out of my head, no matter how hard I tried. At work, I tried to act like everything was normal. My coworkers made small talk about the weather, about the football game the night before. I smiled and nodded, but inside I felt hollow. My mind kept drifting back to the window, to the woods behind my building, to the footprints the police had found in the dirt. I wanted to tell someone. I wanted to stand up in the middle of the office and shout, "I saw him. I saw something I cannot explain," but I did not. I kept it locked inside, where it felt like it was growing bigger and colder by the hour. That night, I sat in the living room with the lights on and the curtains closed. I could not bring myself to go into the bedroom. I kept replaying it all in my head, the scraping sound, the way he had just stood there, the way he had finally turned and disappeared into the trees. I thought about how close he had been, just a thin pane of glass and a few feet of empty air between us. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. Not his features. Really, it was too dark to see them clearly, but the shape of him, the stillness, the certainty. It was like he had not been surprised to see me there at all, like he had been waiting for me to look. The next morning I called the police station to ask if they had found anything else. The officer who answered was polite but vague. "We're still looking into it," he said. "We've had a couple of reports of suspicious activity in the area, but nothing concrete." I thanked him and hung up, but his voice had that same careful calm that told me he did not really believe anything would come of it. Maybe he thought it was just some stranger passing through, someone with nowhere else to go, but I knew better. That afternoon, I went out back and walked along the edge of the woods. I told myself I was just getting some fresh air, but really I was looking for something, anything, a footprint, a piece of clothing, some sign that what I had seen was real and not just a dream I could not wake up from. The ground was soft from the rain the night before, and I could see marks in the dirt, small depressions where someone had walked. They could have been from anyone, I told myself. A neighbor, a kid playing in the trees, but they felt like a message, like a path that led back to that window and the man who had watched me. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind in the leaves and the distant hum of traffic. I kept expecting to hear that breathing again, the harsh, ragged sound of someone just outside my sight. But the woods were quiet, the kind of quiet that felt like it was holding its breath. When I went back inside, I locked the door behind me and checked every window twice. I tried to tell myself that I was being silly, that I was letting my fear turn something small into something bigger. But deep down I knew that what I had seen was real, and I knew that it was not over. That night I tried to go to bed like normal. I turned off the lights, pulled the covers up around me, and closed my eyes. But every time I started to drift off, I would jolt awake, sure I had heard something, a scrape, a breath, a whisper that was not really there. I finally gave up and went to sit in the living room again. I wrapped a blanket around myself and stared at the door to the balcony, half expecting to see him there, pressed against the glass. But there was nothing, just the soft glow of the street lights and the distant sound of a car engine somewhere far away. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up with a start to the sound of something moving outside. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear. I got up slowly, every nerve in my body screaming at me to stop, to go back to bed and pretend I had not heard anything. I pulled back the curtain just a little, just enough to see. He was there. Standing at the edge of the woods, his pale body almost glowing in the darkness. He was closer this time, just at the edge of the light from the street lamp. I could see the shape of him clearly, the way he stood so still, like he was part of the trees. He was watching me. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there, but I could not look away. We stood there like that for what felt like hours, locked in this silent, terrible moment. And then, as slowly and carefully as before, he turned and walked back into the trees. I do not know what he wants. I do not know why he chose my window, my building, my life. But I know he will come back. And I know that next time, I might not be brave enough to just stand there and watch. The next few days passed in a haze. I went to work. I went through the motions. But I could not shake the feeling that he was always there, watching, waiting. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his pale face, the way his ribs seemed to move with each ragged breath, the way he never flinched, never looked away, even when I did. At work, I felt like I was moving through a world that did not quite fit anymore. My co-workers talked and laughed and shared weekend plans like nothing had changed, like the world was still safe. But I could not join in. I felt like there was a pane of glass between me and everyone else, and on the other side was that man, breathing softly in the dark. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. I started sleeping on the couch in the living room, the lights on, the curtains drawn tight. It did not help much. I still woke up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding in the darkness. Sometimes I would think I heard that scraping sound again, soft and patient, like fingers tracing the window frame. Other times it was just the wind, but I never really knew. One evening, I decided to go for a walk just to clear my head. The sun was setting, the sky painted in soft pinks and oranges that almost made me forget how heavy everything felt. I walked slowly, letting the air fill my lungs, trying to remind myself that the world was still there, that it was still turning. As I walked past the edge of the woods, I stopped. There, in the dirt, were footprints. Bare footprints, long and narrow, pressed deep into the soft earth. My breath caught in my chest. I crouched down, reaching out to touch the edge of one. The dirt was still damp from the rain the night before, the shape of his toes clear and sharp. I stood up quickly, my hands shaking. I looked around, half expecting to see him standing there just beyond the tree line, watching me. But the woods were quiet, the shadows deep and still. I backed away slowly, my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. I went home and locked the door behind me, turning every light in the apartment on. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, trying to calm my breathing, my mind replaying the feel of the dirt under my fingers. The shape of those footprints felt burned into my memory. That night, I could not bring myself to sit by the window. I turned the couch to face the door instead, as if that would keep me safer. I pulled the blanket around my shoulders and waited for the night to end. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard the noise again. Not the soft scrape of branches or the hum of the refrigerator. It was breathing, slow, steady, too deep, and too close to be mine. I held my breath, my hands gripping the edge of the blanket so hard it hurt. I did not move. I did not even blink. The breathing went on for what felt like forever, each inhale and exhale a quiet promise in the darkness. Finally, it stopped. I waited for a long time after that, listening to the silence that followed, half afraid to believe it was really gone. In the morning, I checked the window. There were smudges on the glass, faint and oily, like the marks left by fingertips. I ran my hand over them, feeling the cold smoothness of the glass, and shivered. I called the police again, my voice calm and measured, even though my hands were shaking. I told them about the footprints, about the breathing outside the window. They said they would send someone to look around. But when they came, all they found were those same footprints, leading to the edge of the woods and disappearing into the trees. They told me they would keep an eye on the area, that they would increase patrols, but I could hear it in their voices. They thought it was just a drifter, someone passing through. They did not see the way he looked at me, the way he stood so still, like he was part of the night itself. After they left, I sat in the living room for a long time, the quiet pressing in on me. I thought about moving, about packing a bag and leaving everything behind, but I knew it would not matter. Wherever I went, I would still see him in the dark. I would still feel his breath on the glass. That night, I dreamed about him. I dreamed I was standing at the window, the glass cold against my forehead. Outside, he was waiting. He was closer than before, his face just inches away. His eyes were so dark, like the night had found a way to crawl inside him and never leave. In the dream, he raised a hand and pressed it against the glass, his fingers splayed and thin. I raised mine too, and for a moment it felt like we were touching, like the cold of the window was the only thing that kept him from pulling me out into the night. I woke up gasping, my heart racing, the sheets tangled around my legs. I could still feel the cold of the glass, the weight of his gaze on me, even though I was alone in the room. I sat up and looked around the living room, every shadow suddenly sharp and alive. I got up and checked the locks again, even though I knew they were all still closed. It was not the locks that scared me. It was the feeling that he did not need them, that if he wanted to come in, nothing I did would stop him. I do not know how long this will go on. I do not know what he wants or why he keeps coming back, but I know that I will never forget the way he looked at me, the way he breathed in the dark. And I know that no matter how bright the morning sun, I will always be waiting for that scraping sound to come again. The next day felt like a blur of static in my head. I went to work, but everything felt off. The lights in the office seemed too bright, the hum of the air conditioning too loud, and the voices of my coworkers all blurred together like white noise. I moved through the day like a ghost, nodding and smiling when I had to, but always with one ear turned inward, listening for the echo of his breathing, even when I knew he was not there. When I got home that evening, I stood in the doorway for a long time before I stepped inside. The apartment smelled like coffee and soap and something else, something sharp and clean that reminded me of hospitals. I told myself it was just the scent of the cleaning spray I had used that morning, but I could not shake the thought that it was something else, something left behind by him. I walked through each room slowly, checking every lock, every window. I knew they were all secure, but I had to be sure. When I finally reached the bedroom, I stood in the doorway and stared at the window. The curtains were drawn tight, but I could still feel the cold of the glass, the memory of his hand pressed against it in my dreams. I turned away and went to the living room. pulling the couch closer to the center of the room so I could see every doorway. I turned on the television, not because I wanted to watch it, but because I needed the noise. The chatter of the newscasters was thin and artificial, but it was enough to keep the silence at bay. As the night settled in around me, I tried to read a book, but the words would not stay in my head. My eyes kept drifting to the window, to the faint movement of the curtains in the draft. Every creak of the floorboards felt like footsteps. Every brush of the wind against the glass felt like a hand reaching out to find me. I tried to tell myself that I was being paranoid, that he would not come back again, but I knew better. I knew the way he had looked at me, the way he had stood there like he was waiting for something only he could see. Around midnight, I turned off the television and sat in the dark, listening. The night outside was quiet, the distant sound of cars on the main road, the only sign that the world was still turning. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders and closed my eyes, focusing on the rhythm of my breathing. I do not know how long I sat there like that. Time felt slippery, like it was stretching out into something that did not have an end. I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. It was not loud, just a soft shifting in the darkness, a careful, deliberate sound that made my blood run cold. I sat perfectly still, my heart thudding so hard I thought it would wake the whole neighborhood. Slowly, I turned my head to the window. The curtains were still closed, but I could see the faint outline of movement behind them, a shadow, tall and thin, swaying slightly like it was breathing with me. I did not move. I did not dare. I watched the shape for what felt like forever. My hands clenched so tight in the blanket that my knuckles ached. I could hear my own breath, shaky and too loud in the silence. Then, as if it knew I was watching, the shape leaned closer. I could hear it now, the ragged sound of its breathing, so much like mine but not mine at all. The slow drag of air in and out, like it was trying to match the rhythm of my own lungs. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but sit there. But I could not move. My body felt like it was made of stone, every muscle locked in place by a fear that went deeper than anything I had ever known. The shadow stayed there for a long time, just breathing, and then, as slowly and carefully as it had appeared, it slipped away. The curtains stopped moving, the air in the room felt less heavy, and I was alone again. I sat there until the sun started to rise, the first pale light of morning pushing back the darkness. When I finally stood up, my legs were stiff and shaky, and my head felt like it was full of fog. I went to the window and pulled the curtains back. The street below was empty, the world washed clean by the light of dawn. There was no sign of him, no footprints, no smudges on the glass. Just the quiet of a new day. But I knew he had been there. I could still feel the cold where his breath had touched the window, could still hear the echo of that ragged sound in the back of my mind. I called the police again, my voice calm but tight. I told them what I had seen, about the shape behind the curtains, the breathing. They said they would send someone to look around, but I could hear the doubt in their voices. I did not blame them. Even as I said the words out loud, they sounded crazy to me too. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. When the police came, they walked through the woods again, their flashlights cutting through the trees like thin blades of light. They found nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone having been there at all. After they left, I sat in the living room, the morning light creeping slowly across the floor. I thought about the way he had watched me, the way he had moved so silently through the night. I thought about how close he had been, just a breath away from me. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he will come back tonight, or if he is already here, standing just outside the reach of the light, but I know that I will be ready. I will sit in the quiet and listen, and I will not look away. Because I know now that he is not just a man, he is something else, something that does not need a name to be real. And I know that no matter how bright the sun, he is still out there waiting. The next few days were a kind of quiet torment. Each morning I woke up exhausted, the memory of those long hours of darkness clinging to me like a second skin. I went through my routines, work and home, and the small rituals I used to keep the world feeling normal, but it all felt like a performance, like I was going through the motions of a life that no longer fit. My co-workers did not notice, or if they did, they were kind enough to pretend. I would see them looking at me sometimes, eyes flicking up from their screens, a moment of concern that quickly passed. I could not blame them. I did not know how to explain it to myself, let alone to anyone else. At home, I kept the curtains drawn tight. Every night I moved the couch again, pulling it closer to the center of the room. It felt like the only place where I could see everything at once, the only place where I might have a chance to keep him from slipping inside. I had stopped calling the police. I knew they would not find anything. They had come 3 times already, each time walking the perimeter of the building with their flashlights and polite questions. Each time leaving without answers. I could see it in their faces, the careful patience of people who thought they were dealing with someone on the edge. I knew what they thought, that I was seeing things, imagining it all in the darkness. Maybe part of me even wanted to believe that too, but I couldn't. Not when I had seen him so clearly. Not when I could still hear the way he breathed, deep and ragged and too close. One night, I tried something different. I left the window open a crack, just enough to let in the cold night air. I wanted to see if he would come closer, if there was nothing between us but a thin veil of air. I do not know why. Maybe I thought it would be better to face him than to keep waiting for him to come to me. I sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, and waited. The hours passed slowly. The city around me was quiet, the usual sounds of traffic and distant voices muted by the heavy darkness. I watched the curtains move in the faint breeze, the way the moonlight painted shifting patterns on the floor. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it again. That slow, careful breathing just outside the window. My heart froze in my chest. I forced myself to stay still, to keep watching. I saw the curtain move just a little. A pale hand, long fingers splayed, pressed against the glass. The skin was so white it almost glowed in the moonlight, the veins beneath it dark and thin. I could see the way his ribs rose and fell with each breath, the slow heave of his chest. He did not speak. He did not move beyond that. He just stood there, breathing, his fingers leaving faint smudges on the glass. I could feel the air from his lungs, cold and damp, seeping into the room. I do not know how long we stayed like that. It felt like hours, though I know it was only minutes. Then, as slowly and deliberately as he had appeared, he pulled his hand back. The curtain settled into place, and the breathing stopped. I sat there, my whole body trembling, and listened to the silence. It felt heavier than any noise could have been, a thick blanket of quiet that pressed in on my chest. When dawn came, I got up and opened the window all the way. The air smelled fresh, clean, like rain. I leaned out and looked down. There were footprints in the dirt, the same bare prints I had seen before, leading away into the trees. I closed the window and sat back down. My head felt light, my hands numb. I kept thinking about the way his hand had looked against the glass, the way it had seemed almost gentle, like a question he was asking that I did not know how to answer. At work that day, I could barely concentrate. My boss asked me to stay late, some last-minute report that needed to be done. I said yes, even though I knew I would not be able to focus. Anything to keep me out of the apartment for a little while longer. When I finally got home, the sun was already down, the air cool and still. I stood in front of the building for a long time, staring up at my window. It looked so normal from the outside, just another square of darkness in a row of dark windows, but I knew what waited on the other side of that glass. I went inside and locked the door behind me. I did not turn on the lights. I sat on the couch in the dim glow from the street lamp outside and listened. The quiet felt almost like a living thing, a presence that pressed against my skin. I do not know how to explain what happened next. It was not a sound, not exactly, more like a shift in the air, a sudden awareness that he was there. I turned slowly, and he was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, just a few feet away. His skin was as pale as ever, his eyes dark and hollow in the shadows. He was breathing slowly, his chest rising and falling with that same deliberate rhythm. I could see every bone, every line of muscle beneath his skin. He did not speak, he did not smile, he just watched me, his head tilted slightly to one side like he was studying me. I could not move. My whole body felt locked in place, every instinct screaming to run, but my legs refusing to listen. We stared at each other for what felt like a lifetime, the silence between us thick and suffocating. Then, as if he had made some silent decision, he turned and walked back into the kitchen. I heard the faint sound of the back door opening, the soft scrape of his feet on the floor, and then he was gone. I sat there until the sun rose, the first light of day washing the fear from the corners of the room. But it did not wash it from me. The morning after he stood in my kitchen doorway felt like I was walking through a fog. I moved around the apartment slowly, touching everything like I needed to be sure it was real. The kitchen table, the edge of the sink, the soft worn rug beneath my feet. The apartment was exactly the same as it had always been, but it felt different somehow. Like something invisible had been shifted just enough to make me question every shadow, every creak of the floorboards. I kept expecting to find some sign that he had been here, a footprint, a smudge on the door, but there was nothing, just the same quiet, empty rooms. I tried to tell myself that it was over, that maybe I would not see him again, but deep down I knew better. I could feel it in the air, that thick, electric tension that never really went away. I thought about calling someone, about telling a friend or even my mother what had happened, but the words felt too heavy to say out loud. I knew how it would sound. Like a bad dream or a story I had made up to scare myself. I did not want to see that look in their eyes, the one that said they were trying to understand but did not really believe. So I kept it to myself. I went to work and smiled at my coworkers. I answered emails and filed reports, But every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing in my kitchen, pale and still, and utterly patient, waiting for something I could not name. At night, I sat on the couch with the lights on, my eyes fixed on the window. I thought about moving, about packing up and leaving everything behind, but I knew that would not change anything. I could go anywhere, start over 100 times, and he would still find me, because he was not just a man in the dark. He was something that lived in the spaces between waking and sleep, in the soft edges of the night that never really belonged to the day. I decided to do something I had been too afraid to try. I went out to the woods behind the building in the daylight, my feet crunching softly on the leaves and twigs. The sun was bright, the air cool and sweet. It felt almost normal, almost safe. I walked slowly, looking for anything that might explain why he kept coming back to me. I did not find much. A few broken branches, a faint path where the dirt was pressed down, but no answers, no sign of where he had come from or where he went when he disappeared into the trees. I stood there for a long time listening to the soft rustle of the wind in the leaves. I thought about how he had looked at me, the way he had never seemed surprised or afraid, like he had always known that I would be here, waiting. That night, I went back to my routine, the couch, the blanket, the soft murmur of the television turned low just to keep the silence at bay. But there was something different in the air, a kind of stillness that felt almost peaceful. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard the scrape of his hand on the glass. My breath caught, my heart beating so hard I thought it would crack my ribs, but I did not move. I just sat there, my hands clenched in the blanket, and waited. The curtain moved slowly, and he was there, standing just outside the window, his pale skin almost silver in the moonlight. His eyes met mine, and for the first time, I thought I saw something like sadness there, a flicker of something that was not hunger or malice, but a quiet, endless loneliness. He raised his hand and pressed it against the glass. I did not flinch this time. I raised my hand too, and for a moment, it felt like we were touching. The cold of the glass, the soft whisper of breath on the other side. It was not comfort, but it was not fear either. Just a quiet recognition, a moment of understanding that I did not have words for. We stayed like that for a long time, the night holding its breath around us. Then, as slowly as he had come, he stepped back. He turned and walked into the woods, the darkness closing around him like a door. I sat there until the sun rose, the first light of dawn painting the world in soft gold. I felt tired, but it was a clean, quiet tired, not the frantic, panicked exhaustion that had lived in me for so long. I do not know if he will come back. Maybe he has finally found what he was looking for, or maybe he will always be out there, just beyond the edge of the light. But I am not afraid anymore. I have seen him. I have stood in that silence and let it wash over me. And I know that whatever he was, whatever he is, he was never really mine to fear. The next morning I opened all the windows and let the cool air fill the apartment. I washed the blankets, cleaned every corner, letting the scent of soap and fresh air push out the last of the shadows. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, the sun warm on my skin. It felt like the first breath I had taken in a long time. Sometimes late at night I still think I hear him, a soft scrape against the window, a breath that is not quite mine, but I do not run, I do not hide. I just sit in the quiet and let the darkness be what it is, because I know now that there is nothing left to fear in it, nothing but the soft echo of my own heart, steady and strong in the night. And that, I think, is enough.